A young man walks into the most sacred temple in ancient Greece, trembling with a question that will change the course of human thought. His friend Chaerephon approaches the oracle at Delphi and asks, "Is anyone wiser than Socrates?" The priestess, speaking for Apollo himself, delivers an answer that will puzzle Socrates for the rest of his life. No one is wiser. This moment in history marks the birth of philosophy as we know it, not because Socrates accepted the oracle's pronouncement, but because he questioned it so relentlessly that he transformed the nature of human inquiry itself. Here was a man who claimed to know nothing, yet the gods declared him the wisest person alive. The contradiction became a catalyst for revolutionary thinking. Socrates spent his entire life trying to solve this divine riddle. In doing so, he discovered principles that would reshape law, education, science, politics, and every field of human knowledge. He invented methods of reasoning that judges still use in courtrooms today. He developed techniques for uncovering truth that therapists employ to heal minds and teachers use to awaken understanding. But Socrates was far more than a clever questioner or innovative educator. He was a moral revolutionary who challenged the very foundations of how humans should live. He argued that virtue could be taught, that all wrongdoing stems from ignorance, and that caring for the soul matters more than any worldly success. These ideas were so dangerous to the established order that they cost him his life. His influence flows through every aspect of modern civilization like an underground river. When scientists design experiments to test their theories, they are using Socratic principles. When therapists help patients examine their destructive thought patterns, they are applying Socratic methods. When teachers encourage students to think critically rather than memorize facts, they are following Socratic educational philosophy. Yet most people know only fragments of his revolutionary insights. They remember him as the man who said he knew nothing, or the teacher who asked annoying questions, or the philosopher who drank poison rather than compromise his principles. But these surface impressions miss the profound systematic thinking that underlies his approach to life's deepest questions. What emerges from careful study is a comprehensive philosophy of human existence that addresses every fundamental concern. How can we distinguish truth from opinion? What makes actions right or wrong? How should societies organize themselves? What is the purpose of education? How should we face death? What is the relationship between individual happiness and social justice? Socrates answered these questions not by building elaborate theories, but by developing a method of inquiry so powerful that it continues to generate new insights 24 centuries later. His approach was simultaneously simple enough for any person to understand and sophisticated enough to challenge the greatest minds in history. He proved that ordinary conversation could become a tool for extraordinary discovery. Part 1. The Oracle's Challenge and the Birth of Philosophy. When Chaerephon returned from Delphi with news that the oracle had declared Socrates the wisest man in Athens, Socrates experienced what we might call the first recorded philosophical crisis in Western history. He knew with absolute certainty that he possessed no special wisdom. He had no advanced degrees, no secret knowledge, no divine revelations. Yet Apollo, the god of truth and prophecy, seemed to be making a factual claim about his superiority in wisdom. Lesser minds might have accepted the compliment and moved on with their lives. Others might have dismissed the oracle as superstition and ignored the pronouncement entirely. But Socrates chose a third path that would define his entire philosophical mission. He decided to test the God statement by systematically examining what wisdom actually means and whether anyone truly possesses it. This decision reveals the fundamental orientation that separates philosophical thinking from other approaches to life's big questions. Rather than accepting or rejecting the oracle's claim based on personal preference or cultural assumption, Socrates committed himself to investigation. He would discover what the god meant through careful examination of evidence. He would let reason and inquiry determine the truth, rather than emotion or tradition. Socrates began his investigation by seeking out people with reputations for wisdom in various fields. He interviewed politicians who claimed to understand justice and good government. He questioned poets who were supposed to possess special insight into human nature. He examined craftsmen who demonstrated clear expertise in their specialized skills. He engaged with religious authorities who claimed knowledge of the gods and proper worship. What he discovered through these conversations became the foundation of critical thinking as we know it today. Each person he interviewed believed they possessed genuine knowledge in their area of expertise. But when Socrates asked them to define their key terms or explain the principles underlying their claims, something remarkable happened consistently. Their supposed knowledge dissolved under examination. Politicians could not provide coherent definitions of justice, despite making career out of implementing just policies. They offered examples of just actions, but could not explain what made those actions just rather than unjust. When pressed to articulate the universal principles that distinguish justice from injustice, they fell into contradictions or circular reasoning. Poets claimed to write about courage, love, beauty, and virtue through divine inspiration. But when asked to explain what courage actually is or why certain things are beautiful rather than ugly, they could offer only vague generalizations or personal opinions. Their artistic abilities did not translate into philosophical understanding of the concepts they explored in their work. Craftsmen presented the most interesting case because they clearly did possess genuine knowledge within their specialized domains. A shoemaker truly understood how to make good shoes. A shipbuilder genuinely knew how to construct vessels that would sail safely. But these same craftsmen often assumed that their technical expertise qualified them to speak authoritatively about political, moral and religious questions far outside their competence. This pattern of investigation revealed something profound about the nature of human knowledge and ignorance. Most people confuse familiarity with understanding, opinion with knowledge, and confidence with competence. They mistake their ability to use words for comprehension of what those words actually mean. They assume that because they can function successfully in certain social roles, they understand the principles that make those roles valuable. Through this systematic examination, Socrates began to understand what the oracle meant. He was not wiser because he possessed more knowledge than others. He was wiser because he recognized his own ignorance while others remained unaware of theirs. This recognition made him intellectually humble rather than arrogant, curious rather than dogmatic, open to learning rather than closed to new possibilities. But Socrates pushed his understanding even deeper by analysing why this self-knowledge was so rare and valuable. He realised that admitting ignorance requires intellectual courage because it challenges our self-image and social identity. Politicians cannot easily acknowledge that they do not understand justice because their entire career depends on appearing competent to make just decisions. Teachers cannot readily admit ignorance about their subjects because their authority depends on students believing they possess superior knowledge. This insight led Socrates to one of his most important discoveries about human psychology and social dynamics. Much of what passes for knowledge in human societies is actually shared ignorance disguised as collective wisdom. People agree on certain beliefs, not because those beliefs have been carefully examined and found to be true, but because questioning them would threaten established power structures and social relationships. The oracle's pronouncement thus became a divine commission to serve as Athens's philosophical gadfly. If people were walking around with unexamined beliefs that they mistook for knowledge, someone needed to wake them up through systematic questioning. If social institutions were built on foundations that no one had bothered to inspect carefully, someone needed to examine those foundations. If the unexamined life was not worth living, someone needed to demonstrate what the examined life looked like. Socrates understood that this mission would make him unpopular, because most people prefer comfortable illusions to uncomfortable truths. Being exposed as ignorant about fundamental matters is embarrassing and threatening. Having your basic assumptions questioned feels like an attack on your identity and competence. But he also understood that this discomfort was necessary for intellectual and moral growth. The oracle's challenge thus transformed a personal puzzle into a universal method for human flourishing. By systematically examining claims to knowledge, we can distinguish genuine understanding from mere opinion or prejudice. By admitting our ignorance about important matters, we open ourselves to learning and discovery. By questioning our assumptions, we free ourselves from errors that might be limiting our potential for wisdom and happiness. This first part of Socrates' philosophy establishes the intellectual foundation for everything that follows. Unless we understand the difference between knowledge and ignorance, we cannot make progress toward truth. Unless we develop intellectual humility, we will remain trapped in our current limitations. Unless we commit ourselves to examination and inquiry, we will never discover what we are truly capable of becoming. Part 2. The Architecture of Socratic Questioning. The Socratic method is far more sophisticated than simply asking questions randomly or playing devil's advocate for intellectual sport. Socrates developed a systematic approach to inquiry that functions like philosophical surgery, carefully dissecting ideas to reveal their hidden structures and contradictions. Understanding how this method works is essential because it represents humanity's first scientific approach to examining beliefs, values, and assumptions. The method begins with what philosophers call definitional analysis. Socrates recognized that most human confusion stems from using important words without understanding what they actually mean. People confidently discuss justice, courage, friendship, and beauty while holding vague or contradictory ideas about these concepts. Before any productive conversation can occur about whether something is just or unjust, participants must agree on what justice itself actually is. This requirement seems simple but proves remarkably difficult in practice. Consider how Socrates might approach someone who claims that lying is always wrong. Instead of directly challenging this moral position, he would first ask, "What exactly do you mean by lying?" The person might respond that lying means saying something false. Socrates would then present a case. If a murderer asks you where your friend is hiding, and you misdirect him to save your friend's life, have you done something wrong by saying something false? This example forces the person to refine their definition. They might say that lying means intentionally saying something false to harm someone or gain unfair advantage. But Socrates would continue, "What about telling your terminally ill grandmother that she looks wonderful when she clearly does not? Are you harming her by protecting her feelings? What makes some deceptions harmful and others helpful?" Through this process, the simple statement that lying is always wrong reveals layers of complexity that the original speaker had never considered. They begin to see that their moral judgment depends on factors like intention, context, consequences, and the relationship between the people involved. What seemed like a clear principle becomes a nuanced problem, requiring careful analysis. But Socrates pushes the inquiry even deeper by examining the assumptions underlying the refined definition. If lying is wrong when it harms people, how do we determine what constitutes harm? Short-term harm versus long-term harm? Physical harm versus psychological harm? Harm to the individual versus harm to society? Each question opens new territory for exploration. This systematic unpacking reveals why Socratic questioning is so effective at promoting genuine learning. Instead of being told what to think, people discover the complexity of their own beliefs through guided investigation. They cannot dismiss the insights as someone else's opinion because they arrived at the discoveries through their own reasoning. The questions create a collaborative search for truth rather than a competitive debate. Socrates also employed what modern logicians call the method of counterexamples. When someone proposes a definition or principle, he would test it by finding cases where the definition fails to capture our intuitive understanding of the concept. If someone defines courage as facing danger without fear, Socrates might point to a person who feels fear but acts bravely anyway. Is the fearless person more courageous than the one who overcomes fear to do what is right? These counterexamples serve multiple functions in philosophical inquiry. They prevent people from accepting oversimplified definitions of complex concepts. They force deeper analysis of what makes something truly an example of courage, justice, or virtue. They reveal that our ordinary language and thinking often contain hidden contradictions that need to be resolved. Perhaps most importantly, Socrates developed what we might call the method of hypothesis testing applied to beliefs and values. He would encourage people to treat their moral and philosophical commitments as provisional hypotheses rather than final truths. If you believe that happiness comes from wealth, what evidence supports this belief? Can you think of wealthy people who are miserable? Can you think of people with modest means who seem genuinely fulfilled? What do these observations suggest about the relationship between money and happiness? This approach transforms philosophical discussion from dogmatic assertion into scientific investigation. People learn to examine their beliefs the way researchers examine data, looking for patterns, exceptions, and alternative explanations. They become more willing to revise their views when presented with compelling evidence or reasoning. They develop intellectual humility because they see how complex and uncertain many important questions really are. The Socratic method also employs what philosophers call reductio ad absurdum reasoning. Socrates would accept someone's position temporarily, and then trace its logical implications to see where it leads. If the implications prove absurd or contradictory, this suggests that something is wrong with the original position. For example, if someone argues that might makes right, Socrates might ask whether this means that when a stronger person robs a weaker person, the robbery becomes morally correct. If they say yes, he might ask whether they would accept this principle if they were the weaker person being robbed. If they say no, he would point out the contradiction. They want to apply one moral standard when they are strong and a different standard when they are weak. This reveals that their position is not truly universal but merely reflects their temporary advantage. But Socrates understood that effective questioning requires more than logical technique. It demands psychological wisdom about how people respond to having their beliefs challenged. He developed strategies for helping people save face while acknowledging error, for maintaining friendly relationships while pursuing difficult truths, and for encouraging continued inquiry when people feel confused or frustrated. He often used irony as a gentle way of exposing contradictions without causing offense. Instead of directly telling someone they were wrong, he would express puzzlement and ask for help understanding their position. This ironic stance allowed people to discover their own errors without feeling attacked or humiliated. It preserved their dignity while promoting genuine learning. The method also includes what we might call constructive elements alongside its critical functions. While Socratic questioning often reveals the inadequacy of initial definitions and beliefs, it also points toward better alternatives. By eliminating false options and clarifying key distinctions, the process of inquiry gradually narrows the field of possibilities and moves toward more adequate understanding. Modern applications of Socratic method in education, therapy and problem-solving demonstrate its continued relevance and power. Teachers use Socratic questioning to help students discover mathematical principles, scientific concepts and literary meanings for themselves. Therapists employ similar techniques to help clients examine self-defeating thought patterns and develop healthier perspectives. Business consultants and counselors use structured questioning to help people clarify their goals, identify obstacles, and develop effective strategies. Understanding the architecture of Socratic questioning reveals why it has remained influential for over 2 millennia. It provides a systematic method for distinguishing knowledge from opinion, for testing beliefs against evidence and logic, and for promoting intellectual growth through collaborative inquiry. It demonstrates that ordinary conversation can become a powerful tool for discovering truth when conducted with proper skill and commitment. Most importantly, it shows that wisdom is not a possession to be hoarded, but a process to be shared. Part 3. The Revolutionary Theory of Virtue as Knowledge. Socrates proposed one of the most counterintuitive and controversial ideas in the history of moral philosophy, that virtue is essentially knowledge, and that all wrongdoing stems from ignorance rather than evil intention. This theory challenges our common-sense understanding of human behavior and morality so fundamentally that philosophers are still debating its implications 24 centuries later. Yet understanding this theory is crucial because it forms the foundation of Socratic ethics and his approach to education, law, and social reform. To grasp what Socrates meant, we must first understand how he distinguished between different types of knowledge. There is technical knowledge, like knowing how to build a house or perform surgery. There is factual knowledge, like knowing historical dates or scientific formulas. But Socrates was primarily interested in what we might call moral knowledge, understanding what makes actions right or wrong, what constitutes the good life, and how individual happiness relates to social justice. His central claim was that if someone truly understands what is good for them and for society, they will naturally choose to act in accordance with that understanding. Conversely, when people act badly, they do so because they have mistaken what is actually harmful for what appears to be beneficial. They are not choosing evil deliberately, but pursuing what they incorrectly believe will make them happy or successful. This seems absurd at first glance because we can all think of examples where people clearly know something is wrong, but do it anyway. A person might know that stealing is wrong, yet steal something they want. Someone might understand that lying damages relationships, yet lie to avoid embarrassment. How can Socrates claim that such people are acting from ignorance rather than conscious choice? His answer requires us to distinguish between superficial intellectual knowledge and deep practical understanding. The person who steals might know intellectually that stealing is generally disapproved of by society. But they do not truly understand how stealing corrupts their own character, damages their relationships, undermines social trust, and ultimately makes them less happy than they could be through honest means. If they possessed this deeper understanding, Socrates argued, they would find stealing literally unthinkable. Consider an analogy that illuminates Socrates' reasoning. Imagine someone who knows intellectually that touching a red-hot stove will cause severe burns. If they truly understand this knowledge, they will not voluntarily touch the stove, no matter how curious they might be about the experience. If they do touch it, we would conclude that their understanding was incomplete, theoretical only, or overwhelmed by some other factor that prevented the knowledge from guiding their action. Socrates believed that moral knowledge works the same way. If someone truly understands that dishonesty corrodes the soul, destroys trust, and leads to isolation and inner conflict, they will find dishonesty as repugnant as touching a hot stove. If they act dishonestly anyway, it reveals that their understanding of goodness and its relationship to human flourishing remains incomplete. This theory has profound implications for how we should respond to wrongdoing and moral education. If people do wrong because of ignorance rather than malice, then the appropriate response is education rather than punishment. We should help them understand why certain actions are truly harmful, rather than simply threatening them with consequences for bad behavior. Moral improvement becomes a matter of increasing knowledge rather than strengthening willpower or changing desires. Socrates recognized that this moral knowledge is not easy to acquire because it requires understanding the complex relationships between actions, character, happiness, and social harmony. Most people operate with fragmentary understanding based on cultural assumptions, personal experience, and immediate emotions. They might know that generosity is generally good, but not understand exactly why it contributes to human flourishing or how it should be practiced in specific circumstances. He also understood that people often resist moral knowledge because it challenges their current lifestyle or self-image. Someone who has built their identity around being tough and independent might find it difficult to accept knowledge about the importance of compassion and interdependence. A person whose success depends on manipulation might struggle to understand teachings about honesty and authentic relationships. Their emotional and practical investments in their current approach create barriers to learning. This is why Socrates emphasized that moral education must be more than simply telling people what is right and wrong. It requires helping them discover, through their own reasoning, why certain values and principles contribute to human flourishing. It demands patience, skill and commitment because people must work through their own confusions, contradictions and resistance. Genuine moral knowledge cannot be imposed from outside, but must be developed through internal reflection and dialogue. The theory of virtue as knowledge also explains why Socrates was so interested in definitions and conceptual analysis. If moral action depends on understanding concepts like justice, courage and goodness, then clarifying these concepts becomes essential for ethical development. People cannot act justly if they do not know what justice is, or courageously if they cannot distinguish true courage from mere recklessness or stubbornness. But Socrates pushed his analysis even further by examining what happens when people possess genuine moral knowledge. He argued that such knowledge transforms not only behavior, but the entire personality of the knower. Someone who truly understands justice does not simply perform just actions occasionally, but becomes a just person whose every decision reflects this understanding. The knowledge becomes integrated into their character so thoroughly that acting unjustly becomes psychologically impossible. This integration of knowledge and character explains why Socrates could remain calm and principled even when facing death. His understanding of virtue was not merely theoretical, but had become part of his fundamental identity. He could not betray his philosophical principles to save his life any more than he could voluntarily cause himself physical pain. The knowledge had become so deeply embedded that acting against it would violate his most basic sense of self. Critics of this theory often point out that it seems to eliminate moral responsibility by treating wrongdoing as a form of ignorance rather than genuine choice. If people cannot help acting badly when they lack proper understanding, how can we hold them accountable for their actions? Socrates would respond that people are responsible for seeking moral knowledge and examining their beliefs, even if they are not directly responsible for acting on incomplete understanding. He would also argue that his theory actually increases rather than decreases moral responsibility by showing that ethical development is possible for everyone. If wrongdoing stems from ignorance, then everyone has the potential to become virtuous through education and reflection. No one is condemned to be evil by nature or circumstance because everyone can learn to understand what truly contributes to human flourishing. The practical applications of this theory extend throughout Socratic philosophy and into modern approaches to ethics, education, and social reform. It suggests that criminal justice systems should emphasize rehabilitation and education rather than mere punishment. It implies that moral education should focus on helping people understand why virtues are valuable rather than simply commanding them to be virtuous. It offers hope that even deeply entrenched social problems can be solved through patient work to increase understanding and wisdom. Part 4. The Unity of Virtues and the Harmony of Excellence. One of Socrates' most sophisticated and challenging doctrines holds that all virtues are essentially one virtue manifesting in different circumstances. According to this theory, justice, courage, temperance, and piety are not separate character traits that someone might possess independently, but different expressions of a single underlying wisdom about how to live well. This idea revolutionizes how we think about moral development, character education, and the relationships between different ethical excellences. To understand this theory, consider how Socrates analyzed the traditional Greek virtues that every educated person was expected to embody. Courage was supposed to involve facing danger bravely in battle or other challenging situations. Justice meant giving each person what they deserved and fulfilling one's obligations to others. Temperance required controlling appetites and desires to avoid excess. Piety involved proper reverence toward the gods and respect for religious duties. Most people assumed these were distinct qualities that could exist independently of each other. But Socrates argued that genuine virtue cannot be compartmentalized in this way. True courage, for example, cannot exist without justice because a person who faces danger for unjust causes is not truly courageous, but merely reckless or fanatical. The soldier who fights bravely to conquer innocent people, or the criminal who risks arrest to commit robbery, may appear courageous, but they lack the wisdom to distinguish worthy from unworthy dangers. Their apparent courage is actually a form of ignorance disguised as virtue. Similarly, justice without courage becomes mere conformity or cowardice dressed up as moral behavior. A person who knows what is right but lacks the strength to act on their knowledge when facing opposition or personal cost is not truly just, but merely conventional. They possess intellectual understanding of justice, but cannot translate that understanding into action when it requires sacrifice or risk. Their justice is incomplete because it depends on external circumstances rather than internal commitment. Socrates extended this analysis to show how each virtue depends on all the others for its authentic expression. Temperance without justice might lead someone to control their own appetites while remaining indifferent to others' needs or rights. They might achieve personal discipline while lacking compassion or social responsibility. Conversely, someone might be generous and fair in their dealings with others while lacking self-control in their personal life, undermining their ability to serve others effectively over time. The underlying unity that connects all virtues is practical wisdom, the knowledge of what is truly good for human beings and how to achieve it in specific circumstances. Someone who possesses this wisdom will naturally act courageously when courage is needed, justly when justice is required, temperately when self-control is appropriate, and piously when reverence is called for. They will not need to choose between different virtues because all virtues point toward the same goal, living in harmony with the rational order that makes human flourishing possible. This insight explains why Socrates was skeptical of people who claimed to possess some virtues but not others. In his investigations, he often encountered individuals who prided themselves on their courage in battle but showed little concern for justice in their personal dealings. He met people who were scrupulously honest in business transactions, but lacked the temperance to control their anger or appetites. He questioned religious authorities who demonstrated piety in ritual observances, but failed to show wisdom in their moral reasoning. Through careful questioning, Socrates would reveal that these apparently virtuous qualities were actually based on incomplete understanding rather than genuine virtue. The seemingly courageous soldier might be motivated by desire for glory rather than commitment to justice. The honest businessman might refrain from cheating only because he feared getting caught, rather than because he understood why honesty contributes to human flourishing. The pious religious leader might follow rituals mechanically without grasping their deeper meaning or purpose. True virtue, according to Socrates, must be grounded in understanding the rational principles that govern human happiness and social harmony. Someone who possesses this understanding will express it consistently across different situations because they see the underlying connections between different types of excellent action. They will be courageous in facing dangers that threaten justice, temperate in pursuing pleasures that might interfere with their ability to serve others, and pious in recognizing their place within the larger rational order of existence. This theory has profound implications for moral education and character development. It suggests that we cannot effectively teach individual virtues in isolation from each other or from their underlying rational foundation. Trying to make someone courageous without helping them understand justice would be like trying to teach them to use tools without explaining what they are trying to build. The skills might be developed, but they would lack direction and integration. Instead, moral education must focus on developing practical wisdom through careful examination of fundamental questions about human flourishing. Students need to understand why virtues are valuable, how they relate to each other, and how they contribute to both individual happiness and social well-being. They must learn to see moral life as a coherent whole rather than a collection of arbitrary rules or disconnected character traits. The unity of virtues also explains why Socratic moral development is such a demanding and time-consuming process. Acquiring genuine virtue means transforming one's entire understanding of what makes life worth living, not simply learning to follow certain behavioral guidelines. It requires developing wisdom that can guide action across the full range of human situations, not just memorizing appropriate responses to common moral dilemmas. This kind of deep transformation cannot be achieved quickly or easily. Socrates recognized that this high standard might seem discouraging to people who hoped for simpler approaches to moral improvement. But he argued that anything less than integrated virtue based on wisdom would be unreliable and ultimately unsatisfying. Partial virtues based on convention, emotion, or incomplete understanding might work adequately in familiar situations, but would fail when tested by novel challenges or competing pressures. Only virtue based on comprehensive wisdom could provide the consistency and strength needed for a truly flourishing life. The doctrine of unity of virtues also helps explain why Socrates was willing to die rather than compromise his principles. For him, betraying his commitment to rational inquiry and moral education would not have been simply abandoning one particular virtue while maintaining others. It would have been rejecting the underlying wisdom that gave meaning and coherence to his entire way of life. Maintaining his integrity required remaining true to his comprehensive understanding of human excellence, not just following isolated moral rules. Modern philosophers continue to debate whether Socrates' theory of the unity of virtues is correct, or whether it sets impossibly high standards for moral achievement. Critics argue that ordinary people clearly do possess some virtues more than others, and that it seems unfair to deny them credit for genuine moral progress just because their virtue is not perfectly integrated. Supporters respond that the theory provides a valuable ideal that prevents moral education from becoming fragmented or superficial. Regardless of these debates, the theory offers important insights for anyone interested in serious moral development. It reminds us that character is more than the sum of individual habits or behaviors, but involves a coherent vision of human flourishing. It suggests that sustainable moral progress requires understanding the reasons why virtues are valuable rather than simply practicing virtuous actions. It challenges us to examine whether our various commitments and values form a consistent whole or reflect contradictory assumptions about what makes life meaningful. Part 5. The Primacy of Soul. Why character matters more than possessions. Socrates revolutionized human priorities by arguing that caring for the soul should take precedence over caring for the body or accumulating external possessions. This was not a religious teaching about otherworldly rewards, but a practical philosophy about what actually contributes to human flourishing in this life. His analysis of why soul care matters more than wealth, reputation, or physical pleasure provides the foundation for understanding how to live well and what goals are worth pursuing. To understand Socratic soul care, we must first clarify what Socrates meant by the soul. He was not referring primarily to an immaterial spirit that survives death, though he believed the soul might be immortal. For Socrates, the soul was the rational, choosing, moral part of a person that distinguishes humans from animals and makes ethical life possible. The soul includes our capacity for reasoning about universal principles, choosing actions based on values rather than mere impulses, and creating meaning through relationships and commitments that transcend immediate self-interest. Caring for the soul means developing wisdom, justice, courage, and self-control because these qualities enable the soul to function excellently. Just as physical health requires proper nutrition, exercise, and rest, psychological health requires cultivating the rational and moral capacities that make human life distinctive. Someone with a well-developed soul can make good decisions, maintain healthy relationships, find meaning in their activities, and respond appropriately to both success and adversity. Socrates argued that soul care should be our highest priority because the soul determines how we experience everything else in life. Consider two people who inherit identical amounts of money. One person has developed wisdom, self-control, and a sense of justice through years of philosophical reflection and moral practice. The other person lacks these qualities and operates primarily from unreflective desires, social pressures, and emotional impulses. The first person will use their inheritance in ways that contribute to their own flourishing and benefit others. The second person might squander the money on harmful pleasures, become corrupted by the power it provides, or create conflicts with family and friends over its use. This example illustrates why Socrates believed that external goods are only valuable when possessed by people with excellent souls. Money, reputation, physical strength, and even knowledge become harmful rather than helpful when used by people who lack wisdom and virtue. The wealthy person without justice might use their resources to exploit others. The famous person without self-control might abuse their influence for selfish purposes. The strong person without courage might become a bully who preys on the vulnerable. But Socrates pushed his analysis deeper by examining what happens when people prioritize external goods over soul development. They often find themselves in a perpetual state of anxiety and dissatisfaction because external goods are inherently unstable and beyond our complete control. Wealth can be lost through economic changes, theft, or poor decisions. Reputation depends on the opinions of others who may be fickle or misinformed. Physical health and beauty inevitably decline with age. Basing your happiness on things you cannot fully control creates a fundamentally insecure foundation for life. Moreover, the pursuit of external goods often corrupts the soul by encouraging qualities that undermine human flourishing. The single-minded pursuit of wealth might lead someone to become dishonest, greedy, or insensitive to others' needs. The desire for fame might produce vanity, superficiality, or willingness to compromise one's principles for public approval. The obsession with physical pleasure might result in addiction, self-indulgence, or inability to delay gratification for worthy long-term goals. Socrates observed that people who organize their lives around external goods often become enslaved to their possessions rather than being liberated by them. The person who lives for money finds themselves constantly worried about financial security and unable to enjoy what they have. The person who craves social status becomes dependent on others' opinions and loses touch with their authentic values and interests. The person who prioritizes physical pleasure finds that their capacity for enjoyment diminishes over time, requiring ever more intense stimulation to achieve satisfaction. In contrast, someone who prioritizes soul development gains access to goods that are stable, internal, and within their control. Wisdom, once acquired, cannot be stolen or lost through external circumstances. Justice creates reliable friendships and social relationships that provide genuine security. Courage enables a person to face challenges and changes without being overwhelmed by fear or anxiety. Self-control provides freedom from compulsive desires that might otherwise dominate decision-making. These internal goods also tend to increase rather than decrease when shared with others. Unlike material possessions, which must be divided when distributed, wisdom can be shared without being diminished. Teaching others about justice does not make you less just, but often deepens your own understanding. Encouraging courage in others strengthens your own commitment to facing difficulties bravely. Socrates did not advocate for complete rejection of external goods, but argued for proper ordering of priorities. Physical health, material comfort, and social recognition can contribute to human flourishing when pursued by people with well-developed souls. The key is to treat these goods as tools for living well rather than as ultimate goals in themselves. Money becomes valuable when used wisely for worthy purposes. Reputation matters when it enables service to others, and physical pleasure has its proper place when balanced with higher pursuits. This hierarchy of values explains many of Socrates' seemingly paradoxical statements about happiness and success. He claimed that it is better to suffer injustice than to commit it, because being a victim of wrongdoing does not corrupt your soul, while doing wrong damages your character. He argued that the just person living in poverty is happier than the unjust person living in luxury, because inner harmony provides more lasting satisfaction than external pleasures. These claims seem counterintuitive, until we understand that Socrates was operating with a deeper analysis of what happiness actually involves. He distinguished between pleasure, which is temporary and often followed by pain, and true happiness, which is stable and internally generated. Someone who maintains their integrity while facing adversity preserves their capacity for genuine happiness, while someone who compromises their principles for external advantage undermines their ability to experience lasting satisfaction. The practical implications of prioritizing soul care extend throughout every aspect of life decision-making. When choosing a career, the primary question should not be which job pays the most or provides the highest status, but which work allows you to develop and exercise your highest capacities while contributing to others' well-being. When forming relationships, the focus should be on finding people who challenge you to become more virtuous rather than those who simply make you feel good about yourself. When facing moral dilemmas, the consideration should be which choice enhances your character rather than which option provides immediate advantages. Modern psychology has provided substantial empirical support for many of Socrates' insights about the relationship between character development and life satisfaction. Research consistently shows that people who organize their lives around intrinsic values like personal growth, meaningful relationships, and service to others report higher levels of well-being than those focused primarily on extrinsic goals like wealth, fame, or physical attractiveness. Studies of happiness reveal that beyond meeting basic needs, additional income provides diminishing returns, while factors like gratitude, compassion, and sense of purpose continue to enhance life satisfaction. Understanding the primacy of soul care also helps explain why Socrates was willing to accept death rather than abandon his philosophical mission. For him, living without the opportunity to examine life and encourage virtue in others would have meant betraying the highest part of his nature. Preserving his physical existence while abandoning his commitment to rational inquiry would have been a form of spiritual death that made biological survival meaningless. His choice to die rather than compromise demonstrated the ultimate consistency between his teaching and his life. Part 6. The Examined Life, Self-Knowledge as the Foundation of Wisdom. When Socrates declared that the unexamined life is not worth living, he was not making a casual observation about the value of reflection, but articulating a fundamental principle about what distinguishes human existence from mere biological survival. Self-examination, according to Socratic philosophy, is not an optional activity for intellectually curious people, but an essential requirement for anyone who wishes to live as a fully realized human being. Understanding what this examination involves and why it matters so much reveals the core of Socratic wisdom and its continued relevance for modern life. The Socratic call to self-examination begins with recognizing that most people live their lives according to unexamined assumptions, inherited beliefs, and unconscious habits. They follow career paths chosen by family expectations rather than personal reflection. They adopt political views based on social pressure rather than careful analysis. They pursue relationships, make financial decisions, and form moral judgments without seriously considering whether their choices align with their deepest values or contribute to their long-term flourishing. This unreflective approach to life might work adequately when circumstances remain stable and predictable. But when faced with significant challenges, moral dilemmas, or life transitions, people without self-knowledge find themselves unprepared and confused. They lack the internal compass that would help them navigate difficult decisions consistently with their authentic values. They become vulnerable to manipulation by others who understand their unconscious motivations better than they do themselves. Socratic self-examination involves systematically questioning the beliefs, values and assumptions that guide your decisions. It means asking yourself why you hold particular political views and whether those views are based on careful reasoning or simply absorbed from your social environment. It requires examining whether your career goals reflect your authentic interests and values, or merely your desire for security, status, or parental approval. It demands honest assessment of your relationships to determine whether they are based on genuine mutual respect and shared values, or on convenience, habit, or emotional dependency. This process requires what Socrates called intellectual courage, because self-examination often reveals uncomfortable truths about our motivations, inconsistencies and limitations. You might discover that you have been pursuing goals that do not actually matter to you or that conflict with your stated principles. You might realize that some of your strongest beliefs are based on weak evidence or wishful thinking. You might find that you have been avoiding important decisions or responsibilities because they require difficult changes or uncomfortable conversations. But Socrates argued that this temporary discomfort is the necessary price for authentic self-knowledge, which provides the foundation for wise decision-making. Someone who understands their own values, strengths, weaknesses and motivations can make choices that are consistent with their deepest commitments, rather than being pulled in different directions by conflicting impulses or external pressures. They can set realistic goals based on accurate self-assessment rather than pursuing fantasies that lead to frustration and disappointment. They can form relationships and commitments that enhance their character rather than compromise their integrity. Self-examination also involves understanding the sources and quality of your knowledge about important matters. Socrates emphasized that many people confidently hold opinions about justice, beauty, courage, and other fundamental concepts without ever seriously investigating what these concepts mean, or whether their beliefs are justified. They mistake familiarity with terminology for genuine understanding, or confuse strong feelings about issues with rational knowledge of their complexity. Part of examining your life means distinguishing between what you actually know through careful reasoning or reliable evidence and what you merely believe based on tradition, emotion, or social consensus. This intellectual honesty prevents you from making important decisions based on false or inadequate information. It also opens you to continued learning and growth, rather than closing you off in defensive certainty about matters that may be more complex than you initially realized. Socratic self-examination extends to questioning your desires and emotional responses to discover whether they are rational and conducive to your flourishing. Most people simply accept their wants and feelings as given facts about themselves without considering whether those wants and feelings are based on accurate understanding or healthy development. Someone might crave constant entertainment without examining whether this desire reflects genuine need or an attempt to avoid dealing with important but difficult aspects of life. Another person might feel persistent anger or resentment without investigating whether these emotions are based on accurate perceptions of injustice or distorted interpretations of neutral events. This emotional self-examination does not mean rejecting feelings or trying to become purely rational, but rather developing wisdom about which emotions deserve trust and expression and which might be misleading or destructive. Someone who understands their own emotional patterns can respond more appropriately to challenging situations rather than being controlled by unconscious reactions. They can distinguish between emotions that provide valuable information about their values and circumstances and emotions that reflect old wounds, unrealistic expectations, or temporary stress. The examined life also requires honest assessment of your relationships and social commitments to determine whether they support your growth toward virtue and wisdom. Socrates recognized that we are profoundly influenced by the people we spend time with and the communities we belong to. Examining your life means asking whether your friendships encourage your best qualities or enable your worst tendencies. It means considering whether your professional and social associations align with your values or pressure you to compromise your integrity. This social dimension of self-examination can be particularly challenging because it might reveal that some relationships or affiliations that provide comfort or advantage are actually hindering your moral and intellectual development. The examined life sometimes requires difficult choices about distancing yourself from people or groups that discourage questioning, growth, or authentic expression. It might mean seeking out new relationships and communities that challenge you to become more thoughtful, virtuous, and wise. Socrates understood that genuine self-examination must be ongoing rather than a one-time assessment, because humans continue to develop and circumstances continue to change. The person you were 5 years ago had different knowledge, experiences, and capabilities than you possess now. The goals and relationships that served your growth at one stage of life might become limiting or inappropriate as you mature. Regular self-examination helps you stay connected to your evolving authentic self rather than remaining trapped in outdated self-concepts or commitments. The practice of self-examination also involves what we might call moral imagination. The ability to consider how your current choices and patterns of behavior are shaping the person you are becoming. Someone living an examined life regularly asks themselves what kind of character they are developing through their daily decisions and whether that character aligns with their aspirations for who they want to be. They consider the long-term consequences of their habits, relationships, and commitments for their own flourishing and for their ability to contribute to others' well-being. This forward-looking aspect of self-examination helps prevent people from drifting through life reactively, simply responding to immediate pressures without considering where their choices are leading them. It encourages intentional character development based on clear understanding of what kinds of qualities and achievements actually contribute to lasting satisfaction and meaning. It helps people make sacrifices and investments in the present that serve their long-term flourishing rather than pursuing short-term pleasures that might undermine their future possibilities. Modern applications of Socratic self-examination can be found in various forms of psychotherapy, spiritual practice, and personal development work. Cognitive therapy helps people examine their thought patterns to identify distortions that create unnecessary suffering. Mindfulness meditation encourages ongoing awareness of mental and emotional processes without immediate judgment or reaction. Values clarification exercises help people identify what matters most to them and assess whether their lives reflect those priorities. Understanding the examined life as Socrates conceived it reveals why he considered it not just valuable but essential for human dignity and flourishing. Without self-knowledge, people remain strangers to themselves, unable to make authentic choices or develop their highest potentials. Without ongoing examination, they become prisoners of unconscious patterns and inherited assumptions that may no longer serve their growth or happiness. The examined life, whatever its challenges, offers the possibility of conscious, intentional, authentic human existence guided by wisdom rather than mere impulse or convention. Part 7. The Paradox of Moral Knowledge: Why Good People Still Do Wrong. Socrates' theory that virtue is knowledge and that people only do wrong out of ignorance faces an obvious challenge from everyday experience. We frequently observe people who clearly understand what is right, but choose to do wrong anyway. This apparent contradiction between Socratic moral theory and common human behavior has puzzled philosophers for centuries and requires careful analysis to understand what Socrates actually meant and whether his theory can account for moral failure. Resolving this paradox reveals deeper insights about the nature of practical wisdom, moral psychology, and the conditions necessary for translating knowledge into virtuous action. The key to understanding Socrates' position lies in recognizing his distinction between different types of knowledge and his sophisticated analysis of what it means to truly know something. When most people say someone knows that lying is wrong, they mean that person can verbally state the general principle that lying is bad, and might even provide reasons why honesty is generally preferable to deception. But Socrates would argue that this verbal knowledge is incomplete if it does not translate into consistent behavior across different situations and circumstances. Consider someone who intellectually understands that lying damages trust and relationships, but continues to lie when facing embarrassment, inconvenience, or potential loss. Socrates would say that such a person possesses only superficial knowledge about honesty rather than genuine understanding of its value. They know the words and can recite the reasons, but they have not internalized the knowledge deeply enough for it to guide their choices when competing considerations come into play. Their knowledge remains theoretical rather than practical, external rather than integrated into their character. This analysis suggests that genuine moral knowledge must include not only intellectual understanding of ethical principles, but also emotional and practical wisdom about how to apply those principles in complex real-world situations. Someone who truly understands honesty knows not only that lying is generally wrong, but also how to tell the truth skillfully in ways that serve constructive purposes rather than causing unnecessary harm. They understand the nuanced differences between appropriate discretion and deceptive concealment, between helpful truth-telling and cruel bluntness. Socrates recognized that acquiring this kind of deep, practical moral knowledge is much more difficult than learning abstract principles or developing technical skills. It requires years of reflection, experience and practice to develop wisdom about how values like justice, courage and compassion should be expressed in specific circumstances. It demands ongoing self-examination to identify and overcome the emotional and psychological obstacles that prevent knowledge from translating into action. Most importantly, it requires genuine commitment to truth and virtue, rather than merely using moral language for social approval or personal advantage. The Socratic analysis also reveals why moral failure often occurs despite apparent knowledge of right and wrong. People frequently hold contradictory beliefs without recognizing the contradictions, leading them to apply different standards in different situations depending on their immediate interests or emotional state. Someone might genuinely believe in honesty as a general principle, while also believing that small deceptions are acceptable to avoid hurting people's feelings, or that lying is justified when it serves a greater good. These competing beliefs create internal confusion that undermines consistent virtuous action. Socrates would argue that such contradictory beliefs reveal incomplete understanding rather than genuine knowledge. Someone who truly understands honesty would have worked through these apparent conflicts to develop a coherent framework for determining when truth-telling serves virtue and when it might be inappropriate. They would understand the relationships between honesty and other virtues like compassion and justice well enough to navigate complex situations without contradicting their fundamental commitments. The theory also accounts for moral failure through its analysis of the relationship between knowledge and desire. Socrates argued that people who truly understand what is good for them will naturally desire it, just as someone who truly understands what is harmful will naturally avoid it. But many people operate with distorted understanding of what actually contributes to their happiness and flourishing. They might pursue wealth, status, or pleasure believing these will make them happy, even when their pursuit involves dishonest or harmful actions that ultimately undermine their well-being. From a Socratic perspective, someone who lies to advance their career or cheats to gain financial advantage acts from ignorance about what truly serves their interests. They fail to understand that compromising their integrity damages their character in ways that outweigh any external benefits they might gain. They lack knowledge about the connections between virtue and genuine happiness, leading them to pursue apparent goods that are actually harmful to their long-term flourishing. This analysis helps explain why Socratic moral education focuses so heavily on examining concepts like happiness, success, and the good life, rather than simply teaching rules about right and wrong behavior. People need to understand why virtue contributes to human flourishing before they can be expected to choose virtuous actions consistently. They need wisdom about what goals are actually worth pursuing and what achievements provide lasting satisfaction. Without this foundational understanding, moral rules remain external impositions that people follow only when convenient or socially required. Socrates also recognized that emotional and psychological factors can create barriers to acting on moral knowledge, even when that knowledge is relatively complete. Fear, anger, pride, and other strong emotions can overwhelm rational judgment and lead people to act in ways that contradict their better understanding. Someone might know that revenge is harmful and forgiveness is beneficial, but find themselves unable to let go of resentment when personally wronged. Their knowledge remains intellectually sound, but practically ineffective because they lack the emotional wisdom and self-control necessary to implement it. This insight suggests that complete moral knowledge must include understanding of human psychology and practical techniques for managing emotions, desires, and impulses that might interfere with virtuous action. Someone who truly understands virtue knows not only what actions are right, but also how to prepare themselves mentally and emotionally to choose those actions when facing temptation or pressure. They develop habits of reflection, self-examination and character strengthening that make virtuous response more natural and reliable. The Socratic approach also addresses moral failure through its emphasis on the social dimensions of knowledge and virtue. People are profoundly influenced by their cultural environment, peer groups, and authority figures in ways that can either support or undermine their moral development. Someone might develop sound intellectual understanding of virtue while remaining embedded in social contexts that reward vice or make virtuous action practically difficult or socially costly. True moral knowledge, according to Socrates, includes understanding these social dynamics and developing strategies for maintaining virtue even in environments that do not support it. This might require choosing different associates, seeking out communities that encourage moral growth, or developing the courage to act according to principle, even when doing so creates social friction or personal disadvantage. Someone who lacks this social wisdom might possess individual virtue, but find it eroded over time by environmental pressures they have not learned to recognize or resist. The practical implications of this analysis extend throughout moral education, criminal justice, and personal development. It suggests that addressing moral failure requires more than simply informing people about right and wrong or threatening punishment for bad behavior. Effective moral education must help people develop deep, integrated understanding of virtue and its relationship to human flourishing. It must address emotional and psychological obstacles to moral action and provide practical wisdom about implementing virtue in complex social environments. Understanding the Socratic paradox of moral knowledge also provides hope for continued moral growth and development throughout life. If moral failure stems from incomplete knowledge rather than fixed character defects, then everyone has the potential to become more virtuous through continued learning and reflection. People who have made serious moral mistakes can develop better understanding and stronger character rather than being condemned as permanently flawed. The path to virtue remains open to anyone willing to examine their beliefs, acknowledge their ignorance, and commit themselves to the difficult but rewarding work of developing practical wisdom. Part 8. The nature of piety and relationship with the divine. Socrates' exploration of piety and religious devotion reveals one of his most sophisticated analyses of the relationship between human reason, traditional authority, and moral obligation. His famous dialogue with Euthyphro about the nature of pious action demonstrates how careful philosophical inquiry can clarify fundamental questions about religion, ethics, and the source of moral standards. Understanding Socrates' approach to piety is essential because it shows how rational examination can deepen rather than undermine genuine religious sentiment, while exposing the inadequacy of conventional religious practices based on unreflective tradition. The dialogue begins when Socrates encounters Euthyphro, a religious expert who is prosecuting his own father for murder. Euthyphro claims to possess superior knowledge about piety and divine will, confident that his action reflects proper religious devotion. But when Socrates asks him to define piety so that others might learn from his expertise, Euthyphro discovers that his supposed knowledge dissolves under careful examination. This pattern reveals how Socratic questioning can expose the difference between genuine religious understanding and mere conventional observance. Euthyphro's initial definition that piety means doing what the gods love immediately encounters problems when Socrates points out that according to traditional stories, the gods often disagree among themselves about what actions are praiseworthy. If Zeus approves of something that Poseidon condemns, which divine opinion should guide human behavior? This question forces recognition that appealing to divine authority cannot resolve moral questions unless we first determine which divine commands deserve obedience and why. When Euthyphro refines his definition to say that piety means doing what all the gods love unanimously, Socrates presses deeper with a question that has become central to moral philosophy. Do the gods love pious actions because they are inherently pious, or do actions become pious simply because the gods love them? This dilemma exposes fundamental questions about the relationship between divine will and moral truth. If goodness is independent of divine opinion, then we need rational criteria for determining what is good rather than simply following religious authority. If goodness depends entirely on divine will, then moral standards become arbitrary and could change based on divine whim. Socrates' analysis suggests that genuine piety must be grounded in understanding of what is actually good and just rather than blind obedience to religious commands. The truly pious person seeks to understand why certain actions are virtuous and how they contribute to human flourishing and cosmic order. They worship the divine not through mechanical ritual observance, but through the pursuit of wisdom and virtue that reflects divine excellence in human life. Their religious devotion becomes an expression of their commitment to truth and goodness, rather than mere conformity to social expectations or fear of supernatural punishment. This approach to piety aligns with Socrates' broader philosophical method of subjecting all claims to rational examination. He does not reject religious belief, but insists that authentic religious understanding must be able to withstand careful questioning and provide coherent reasons for its practices and commitments. Religious authorities who cannot explain why their teachings are true or beneficial deserve no more automatic acceptance than political leaders who cannot justify their policies or teachers who cannot explain their subjects. Socrates' own religious practice demonstrates how philosophical inquiry can deepen rather than undermine spiritual commitment. Throughout his life, he claimed to be guided by a divine sign or inner voice that would warn him when he was about to make mistakes. This personal religious experience was not based on traditional rituals or inherited beliefs, but on direct spiritual awareness that he tested through careful reflection and observation of its guidance over time. His willingness to die rather than abandon his philosophical mission reflected his conviction that this inner divine guidance called him to serve truth and virtue regardless of personal cost. The Socratic approach to piety also emphasizes the moral, rather than merely ceremonial dimensions of religious life. Someone who participates in religious rituals while acting unjustly in their daily relationships demonstrates superficial piety that misses the essential point of genuine religious commitment. True piety expresses itself through moral excellence, intellectual honesty and service to others, rather than through elaborate ceremonies or claims to special divine favor. The person who lives with justice, courage and wisdom honors the divine more authentically than someone who performs religious duties while neglecting character development. This emphasis on moral rather than ritual piety helps explain why Socrates was charged with introducing new gods and corrupting religious tradition. His approach threatened religious authorities whose power depended on people accepting their interpretations of divine will without question. If individuals could develop direct relationship with the divine through rational inquiry and moral practice, they would no longer need professional religious intermediaries to tell them what the gods required. Socratic piety democratized access to the divine by suggesting that anyone committed to wisdom and virtue could develop authentic religious understanding. Socrates' analysis of piety also reveals sophisticated understanding of the relationship between human reason and divine truth. He does not claim that human reason is superior to divine wisdom, but argues that reason is the faculty through which humans can recognize and respond appropriately to divine truth. The gods, if they are truly divine, must embody perfect wisdom and goodness rather than the petty, contradictory characteristics attributed to them in popular mythology. Human reason, despite its limitations, can distinguish between religious teachings that reflect genuine divine excellence and those that project human weaknesses onto supernatural beings. This rational approach to religious questions does not require rejecting mystery or transcendence, but suggests that authentic mystery is different from mere confusion or contradiction. Genuine religious mysteries involve realities that exceed complete human understanding while remaining coherent with what we can know through reason and experience. False mysteries, by contrast, involve claims that violate logic or moral sense and demand acceptance based on authority rather than recognition of their truth or value. The practical implications of Socratic piety extend throughout personal spiritual development and social religious life. It encourages individuals to take responsibility for developing their own religious understanding rather than passively accepting inherited beliefs or professional religious instruction. It suggests that authentic spiritual growth requires moral development and intellectual honesty rather than merely emotional experience or ritual participation. It implies that religious communities serve their highest purpose when they encourage questioning, learning and character development rather than demanding conformity and obedience. Socrates' approach to piety also provides resources for addressing religious conflicts and promoting tolerance in diverse societies. If genuine piety focuses on wisdom and virtue rather than specific ceremonies or doctrines, then people from different religious traditions can recognize and respect each other's authentic spiritual commitments. Religious differences about ritual, mythology, or institutional authority need not create fundamental conflicts if all parties remain committed to truth, justice, and human flourishing. The Socratic emphasis on rational examination of religious claims can help distinguish essential spiritual insights from cultural traditions that may be valuable but not universally binding. Understanding Socratic piety reveals how philosophical inquiry can serve rather than threaten genuine religious life by helping people develop more sophisticated and authentic spiritual understanding. Someone who examines their religious beliefs carefully is more likely to hold them for good reasons and express them in ways that genuinely reflect divine excellence. They can distinguish between superstition and authentic spiritual insight, between religious practices that promote human flourishing and those that serve only social control or personal advantage. Most importantly, they can develop the kind of integrated religious commitment that unifies intellectual understanding, moral practice, and spiritual devotion in service of the highest human possibilities. Part 9. Justice and the Soul, Why Being Just Benefits the Just Person. Socrates revolutionized thinking about justice by arguing that just actions benefit the person who performs them more than they benefit the recipients of justice. This counterintuitive claim challenges our ordinary assumption that justice requires sacrificing personal interests for the sake of others or society. Understanding why Socrates believed that justice enhances rather than diminishes the well-being of just individuals, reveals fundamental insights about the nature of human flourishing, moral psychology, and the relationship between individual happiness and social harmony. The conventional view treats justice as a burden that individuals bear for the benefit of society. People refrain from stealing, not because honesty makes them personally better off, but because theft harms others and undermines social cooperation. They tell the truth, even when lies would be more convenient, because truthfulness serves community trust rather than individual advantage. This approach makes justice seem like a necessary sacrifice of personal interest for collective good, creating potential conflict between individual happiness and moral obligation. Socrates rejected this framework by developing a sophisticated analysis of what justice actually involves and how it relates to human psychological health. He argued that justice is not primarily about external behavior toward others, but about internal harmony within the individual soul. A just person has properly ordered their priorities, desires, and commitments so that reason guides decision-making rather than being overwhelmed by immediate impulses or emotional reactions. This internal organization creates psychological health that makes external just actions natural expressions of inner harmony rather than reluctant sacrifices of personal interest. To understand this theory, consider how Socrates analyzed the structure of the human soul. He identified three main components: reason, which seeks truth and wisdom; spirit, which provides energy and ambition; and appetite, which pursues pleasure and material satisfaction. In a just soul, reason rules by determining what goals are truly worth pursuing and how they should be prioritized. Spirit serves reason by providing the courage and determination needed to pursue wise goals, even when facing obstacles or opposition. Appetite is controlled by reason, so that desires for pleasure, comfort, and material goods support rather than undermine long-term flourishing. When these psychological components work together harmoniously under rational guidance, the person experiences inner peace, clear purpose, and sustainable satisfaction. They do not feel torn between competing desires or confused about their priorities. They can make decisions confidently because they understand what they value most and why those values deserve commitment. They experience their choices as authentic expressions of their deepest self, rather than compromises imposed by external pressure or internal conflict. This internal harmony naturally expresses itself in just relationships with others, because someone who has achieved psychological integration does not need to exploit or deceive others to feel secure or satisfied. They do not steal because they understand that genuine security comes from developing inner resources rather than accumulating external possessions. They do not lie because they have confidence in their ability to handle reality and do not need false presentations to maintain relationships or achieve goals. They do not harm others because they understand that their own well-being is connected to the well-being of the community they live in. Socrates contrasted this harmonious condition with the psychological chaos that characterizes unjust individuals. When reason does not govern the soul effectively, people become prey to conflicting desires and impulses that pull them in different directions. They might crave wealth while also wanting to be generous, desire reputation while also valuing privacy, or seek pleasure while also pursuing health. Without rational guidance to organize these competing wants into coherent priorities, they experience chronic internal conflict and dissatisfaction. This internal discord makes external injustice seem attractive as a way to resolve psychological tensions through dominance or acquisition. Someone who feels insecure about their worth might try to boost their self-esteem by putting others down or accumulating status symbols. A person who cannot control their desires might try to satisfy them through theft, deception, or manipulation, rather than developing the self-discipline needed for legitimate achievement. But these unjust actions actually increase rather than resolve inner conflict because they create guilt, fear of discovery, and separation from others. Socrates argued that unjust people remain fundamentally unhappy regardless of their external success because their internal disorganization prevents them from experiencing genuine satisfaction. The tyrant who can take whatever they want still suffers from the anxiety, paranoia, and isolation that result from living by force rather than justice. The wealthy person who has gained riches through dishonesty cannot enjoy their possessions fully because they must constantly worry about exposure and maintain false presentations to preserve their reputation. The liar who manipulates others for personal advantage remains cut off from authentic relationships based on mutual respect and trust. This analysis explains why Socrates claimed that it is better to suffer injustice than to commit it. Someone who is treated unjustly by others may experience external harm, but their soul remains healthy if they maintain their commitment to virtue. They can face adversity with dignity, maintain their self-respect, and preserve their capacity for genuine relationships and happiness. But someone who acts unjustly corrupts their own character in ways that undermine their psychological health and capacity for satisfaction, regardless of any external benefits they might gain. The Socratic theory of justice also reveals why moral education must focus on helping people understand the connections between virtue and happiness rather than simply commanding good behavior. If justice actually benefits just individuals, then people have compelling reasons to develop just characters beyond mere social obligation or fear of punishment. They can pursue virtue as a form of enlightened self-interest rather than reluctant sacrifice, making moral development more attractive and sustainable. This approach addresses one of the fundamental challenges in moral education, helping people see why they should care about virtue when immoral actions sometimes seem to produce better immediate outcomes. The Socratic answer is that appearance deceives, and that careful analysis reveals virtue's superiority for the virtuous person's own well-being. Someone who understands this connection becomes motivated to develop justice not only for others' sake, but for their own psychological health and happiness. Modern psychological research has provided substantial support for many of Socrates' insights about the relationship between moral character and mental health. Studies consistently show that people who act in accordance with their deeply held values report higher levels of life satisfaction and lower levels of anxiety and depression. Research on integrity reveals that people who maintain consistency between their beliefs and actions experience less internal stress and greater sense of authenticity. Investigation of antisocial behavior demonstrates that people who regularly harm others often suffer from psychological problems that make genuine happiness difficult to achieve. Understanding the Socratic theory of justice and its benefits for just individuals also provides resources for addressing contemporary debates about the relationship between individual rights and social responsibilities. If justice genuinely serves both individual and collective flourishing, then apparent conflicts between personal freedom and social obligation often reflect incomplete understanding rather than genuine dilemmas. Policies and institutions that promote justice serve everyone's interests by creating conditions where individuals can develop their highest potentials while contributing to community well-being. The practical implications extend throughout personal decision-making, relationship formation, and social participation. When facing moral choices, the primary question becomes not just what serves others or what social rules require, but what choice will promote your own psychological health and character development. When forming relationships, the focus shifts to finding people who share your commitment to virtue and mutual flourishing, rather than those who simply provide immediate pleasure or advantage. When participating in social and political life, the goal becomes creating institutions that support justice because such institutions serve everyone's deepest interests in living fulfilling lives. Part 10. Death and Immortality, Socratic Wisdom about Life's Ultimate Questions. Socrates' approach to death and the possibility of immortality reveals his philosophical method applied to humanity's most fundamental concerns and deepest fears. Rather than offering dogmatic assertions about what happens after death, Socrates demonstrates how rational inquiry can transform our relationship to mortality and provide practical wisdom for living courageously in the face of uncertainty. His famous final conversations before drinking the hemlock illustrate how philosophical reflection can bring peace and meaning to life's ultimate transition while addressing the universal human need for hope and purpose beyond immediate existence. When his friends express grief about his approaching execution, Socrates responds not with resignation or denial, but with characteristic intellectual curiosity about what death might involve. He presents death as either a dreamless sleep or a journey to another realm where he could continue conversations with great figures from the past. Both possibilities seem preferable to him than abandoning his philosophical mission in order to preserve biological life without meaning or purpose. This response demonstrates how clear understanding of life's priorities can transform fear of death into acceptance or even anticipation. Socrates' famous argument for the immortality of the soul reveals his sophisticated understanding of the relationship between philosophical reasoning and existential hope. He recognizes that humans naturally desire continued existence and meaning beyond death. But he insists that these desires must be examined rationally, rather than simply accepted emotionally. His arguments for immortality are not dogmatic assertions, but careful explorations of what we can reasonably conclude about the soul's nature based on its observable characteristics and functions. One of his key arguments focuses on the soul's relationship to knowledge and learning. Socrates observes that when people learn geometric theorems or mathematical principles, they seem to be recovering knowledge they already possessed, rather than acquiring completely new information. Through careful questioning, an untrained slave can be led to discover complex mathematical truths, suggesting that learning involves awakening dormant understanding rather than simply storing external data. If the soul possesses knowledge that transcends immediate experience, this might indicate that it exists independently of the body and could survive bodily death. Another argument examines the soul's relationship to unchanging truths and eternal principles. When we understand concepts like justice, beauty, or equality, we grasp realities that remain constant despite changes in the physical world. Our ability to recognize and reason about these eternal forms suggests that the soul shares their unchanging nature rather than being merely temporary products of physical processes. Something that participates in eternal truth might itself be eternal and therefore capable of surviving the dissolution of the body. Socrates also explores the soul's apparent opposition to bodily desires and material concerns as evidence for its independence from physical existence. The person committed to wisdom often finds their highest pursuits require restraining bodily appetites and turning attention away from material pleasures. This suggests that the soul operates according to different principles than the body and might function better when freed from physical limitations. Death could be a liberation that allows the soul to pursue truth and virtue without the distractions and obstacles created by bodily needs. But Socrates presents these arguments with characteristic intellectual humility, acknowledging that certainty about immortality exceeds human cognitive capacities. He treats the question as worthy of careful investigation, but not subject to final proof through philosophical reasoning alone. His approach demonstrates how we can explore ultimate questions seriously while remaining honest about the limits of what we can know with confidence. This intellectual honesty about uncertainty paradoxically provides more comfort than false certainty because it respects both human reason and the mystery inherent in existence. The practical value of Socratic reflection on death lies not primarily in resolving metaphysical questions, but in transforming how we approach mortality and the choices it implies. Someone who seriously considers what death might involve naturally begins examining what makes life worth living and what achievements or relationships deserve priority. Awareness of mortality's reality encourages focus on developing character and pursuing meaningful activities rather than postponing important decisions indefinitely. The possibility that death ends consciousness makes present moral choices more significant, while the possibility of continued existence makes character development even more important. Socrates' willingness to choose death rather than compromise his philosophical mission demonstrates how clear understanding of life's purpose can overcome natural fear of mortality. He argues that someone who has lived well need not fear death because they have already achieved what makes existence meaningful. They have developed their highest human capacities, contributed to others' well-being, and participated in the ongoing search for truth and justice. Whether death brings sleep or continued adventure, such a person can face it with satisfaction about their accomplishments and curiosity about what comes next. This approach to mortality contrasts sharply with both the desperate clinging to life that characterizes many people's response to aging and death, and the nihilistic despair that can result from believing death makes everything meaningless. Socrates demonstrates a middle path that takes death seriously while finding meaning in life's temporary character rather than despite it. The fact that we will die makes our choices matter more, not less, because we cannot postpone moral development or meaningful relationships indefinitely. The Socratic perspective on death also illuminates how we should respond to others' mortality and grief. When his friends weep for his approaching death, Socrates gently redirects their attention from their loss to questions about what kind of existence would be worth preserving and whether his death might serve purposes that his continued physical life could not. This does not minimize the reality of grief or the value of friendship, but it places mourning within a larger framework of meaning that can provide comfort and direction. Modern applications of Socratic wisdom about death can be found in hospice care, grief counseling and existential therapy approaches that help people find meaning in mortality rather than simply avoiding its reality. The Socratic emphasis on examining life's priorities becomes especially relevant when facing terminal illness or major loss. Questions about what makes existence worthwhile, what legacies deserve preservation, and how to maintain dignity in the face of decline gain urgency that can clarify values and motivate important changes. Understanding Socrates' approach to death and immortality also provides resources for addressing contemporary debates about end-of-life issues, medical intervention, and the meaning of human existence in scientific worldviews. His combination of rational inquiry with openness to mystery offers an alternative to both religious dogmatism and materialistic reductionism. His focus on how beliefs about death should influence present choices rather than on achieving certainty about metaphysical questions provides practical guidance that remains relevant regardless of one's specific religious or philosophical commitments. The ultimate lesson of Socratic reflection on mortality may be that the question of what happens after death matters less than the question of how awareness of death should shape our approach to life. Whether or not the soul survives bodily death, the fact of mortality creates urgency about developing character, pursuing truth, and contributing to human flourishing while we have the opportunity. Someone who lives with this awareness naturally focuses on activities and relationships that provide meaning and satisfaction, rather than merely filling time or accumulating possessions. They prepare for death not by solving its mystery, but by ensuring that whenever it comes, it will find them having lived as fully and virtuously as possible. Part 11. The Political Paradox. Why the wise should rule but cannot. Socrates developed one of the most challenging theories in political philosophy by arguing that society can only achieve justice when philosophers become rulers or rulers become philosophers. Yet he simultaneously demonstrated through his own life why genuinely wise people are often unsuited for political power, and why political systems tend to reject the kind of leadership they most need. This paradox reveals fundamental tensions between the requirements of wisdom and the demands of political effectiveness, while providing crucial insights about the relationship between individual virtue and social justice. The logic behind Socrates' political theory follows directly from his analysis of justice and virtue in individual souls. Just as personal flourishing requires reason to govern appetite and emotion, social flourishing requires rational wisdom to guide policy decisions rather than allowing them to be determined by popular prejudices, economic interests, or political ambitions. A state ruled by people who lack understanding of justice, courage, and the common goodwill inevitably create institutions and laws that serve partial interests rather than promoting genuine human welfare. Only leaders who possess philosophical wisdom about virtue and human flourishing can create conditions where all citizens have opportunities to develop their highest potentials. But Socrates recognized that this theoretical ideal faces enormous practical obstacles because the qualities that make someone wise often make them ineffective as political leaders. Philosophers are committed to truth-telling and careful reasoning, while successful politicians often must engage in rhetoric, compromise, and strategic deception to achieve their goals. Wise individuals tend to question assumptions and examine issues from multiple perspectives, while political leadership often requires projecting confidence and making decisive actions based on incomplete information. Someone genuinely committed to justice may find it impossible to engage in the favoritism, deal-making and partisan loyalty that characterize most political systems. Socrates' own relationship with Athenian politics illustrates these tensions perfectly. Despite being deeply concerned about his city's welfare and committed to promoting virtue among his fellow citizens, he largely avoided direct political participation because he understood that his philosophical mission required independence from the corrupting influences of political power. When he did serve in political roles, his commitment to principle over expediency often put him at odds with popular opinion and political necessity. His refusal to participate in unjust actions demanded by democratic authorities demonstrated both his moral integrity and his practical unsuitability for political leadership in corrupt systems. This creates what we might call the philosopher's dilemma. Those most qualified to rule are least likely to seek power, while those most eager for political authority often lack the wisdom and virtue necessary to exercise it justly. Genuine philosophers are motivated primarily by love of truth and desire to benefit others, not by ambition for dominance or personal advancement. They understand that political power brings temptations and pressures that can corrupt even well-intentioned individuals, making them reluctant to risk their moral integrity for uncertain opportunities to reform society. Meanwhile, people drawn to political careers often possess the very qualities that make them unsuitable for wise leadership: excessive ambition, willingness to compromise principles for advantage, and confidence that exceeds their actual understanding of complex issues. Socrates also recognized that democratic societies face particular challenges in selecting wise leadership because majority opinion often conflicts with expert knowledge. Most citizens lack the time, training or inclination to develop sophisticated understanding of complex policy issues, yet democratic systems give their preferences equal weight with those of people who have spent years studying relevant questions. Politicians succeed by appealing to popular prejudices and promising easy solutions to difficult problems rather than by educating citizens about hard truths and demanding sacrifices for long-term benefits. The very openness and egalitarianism that make democracy attractive also create structural obstacles to implementing policies based on philosophical wisdom rather than popular appeal. This analysis led Socrates to develop a radical critique of existing political systems while remaining uncertain about practical alternatives. He observed that most governments are ruled by people who lack genuine knowledge about justice and human flourishing but possess the ambition and skills necessary to acquire power. These leaders make decisions based on incomplete understanding, partisan loyalty, and short-term political calculations rather than comprehensive wisdom about what policies would actually promote social well-being over time. The result is legislation and institutions that reflect the limitations and biases of their creators rather than rational principles of justice and virtue. Yet Socrates also understood that the alternative of philosopher kings ruling by wisdom rather than popular consent raises serious questions about political legitimacy and individual freedom. Even if philosophers possess superior understanding of justice, what gives them the right to impose their vision on citizens who have not consented to be governed by philosophical principles? How can a society ensure that philosopher rulers remain committed to the common good rather than becoming corrupted by the power they wield? What safeguards could prevent philosophical governance from becoming tyranny justified by claims to superior wisdom? These questions led Socrates to focus more on the education and moral development of individual citizens than on designing ideal political systems. He believed that social reform must begin with personal transformation, because no institutional arrangements can overcome the problems created by ignorant and vicious individuals in positions of influence. A democracy populated by wise and virtuous citizens would naturally select good leaders and support just policies, while any system populated by ignorant and selfish people would tend toward corruption, regardless of its formal structure. The most effective political action for philosophers might be educating others about virtue rather than seeking direct political power. This educational approach to political reform explains why Socrates devoted his life to questioning individuals about their beliefs and assumptions rather than organizing political movements or advocating specific policies. He understood that lasting social change requires transforming how people think about fundamental questions rather than simply changing laws or institutions. Citizens who develop wisdom about justice and human flourishing will naturally support policies that promote these values, while people who remain ignorant about virtue will support harmful policies regardless of their formal political rights or procedures. The Socratic approach to political philosophy also reveals sophisticated understanding of the relationship between individual virtue and social justice. Personal moral development is not a private matter that affects only the individual, but a contribution to social welfare, because virtuous individuals naturally act in ways that benefit their communities. Someone who has developed wisdom, justice, courage, and self-control will be a better citizen, neighbour, parent and colleague, regardless of their formal political involvement. Conversely, personal vice inevitably creates social problems because individuals who lack virtue will pursue their immediate interests in ways that harm others and undermine social cooperation. This insight suggests that the most practical approach to political reform may be what we might call moral entrepreneurship. Individuals committed to virtue working to promote wisdom and character development throughout their personal networks and professional relationships. Teachers who help students develop critical thinking skills, business leaders who maintain ethical practices despite competitive pressures, and citizens who engage in respectful dialogue about important issues all contribute to creating social conditions more favourable to wise governance. These individual efforts may accomplish more lasting political good than direct involvement in electoral politics or policy advocacy. Modern democratic societies continue to struggle with the tensions Socrates identified between the requirements of wise governance and the dynamics of political systems. Voters often support candidates who promise simple solutions to complex problems rather than those who acknowledge difficulty and uncertainty. Media coverage focuses on political conflict and personality rather than serious examination of policy alternatives and their likely consequences. Special interests with resources and organisation often have more influence on government decisions than citizens with broader concerns about justice and common welfare. Understanding Socratic political philosophy provides resources for addressing these ongoing challenges while remaining realistic about the limitations of any political system. It suggests that effective political reform requires long-term commitment to education and moral development rather than expecting quick solutions through institutional changes. It emphasizes the importance of developing wise and virtuous citizens rather than simply designing better procedures for selecting leaders or making decisions. It reminds us that political participation should be guided by commitment to truth and justice rather than partisan loyalty or personal advantage. Part 12. The Art of Friendship and Human Relationships. Socrates understood that human beings are fundamentally social creatures whose character development and flourishing depend heavily on the quality of their relationships with others. His analysis of friendship reveals sophisticated insights about what kinds of relationships promote virtue and wisdom versus those that enable vice and ignorance. Understanding Socratic principles of friendship provides practical guidance for forming and maintaining relationships that support mutual growth toward excellence while avoiding the common patterns that create dependency, conflict, and moral deterioration. The foundation of Socratic friendship lies in shared commitment to truth and virtue rather than mere emotional attraction or mutual benefit. Socrates distinguished between relationships based on pleasure, utility, and excellence, arguing that only friendships grounded in virtue provide lasting satisfaction and genuine mutual support. Friendships based primarily on pleasure depend on continued enjoyment that may fade as circumstances change or people mature. Relationships focused mainly on utility treat other people as means to personal ends rather than recognizing their intrinsic worth and potential for growth. True friendship, according to Socratic analysis, emerges between people who recognize and encourage each other's highest capacities. Such friends challenge each other to examine their beliefs, question their assumptions, and strive for greater wisdom and virtue. They provide honest feedback about each other's character flaws and moral blind spots while offering support and encouragement for continued growth. Their relationship creates a collaborative environment for philosophical inquiry and personal development that neither person could achieve alone. This kind of friendship requires emotional maturity and intellectual courage because it involves vulnerability to criticism and willingness to acknowledge error. Someone committed to Socratic friendship must be prepared to have their most cherished beliefs questioned by people they respect and trust. They must develop the capacity to receive constructive criticism without becoming defensive, and to offer challenging observations without causing unnecessary offense. The friendship becomes a laboratory for moral and intellectual development where both parties can experiment with new ideas and approaches while receiving honest evaluation of their progress. Socrates demonstrated this approach to friendship throughout his relationships with students and colleagues who engaged in philosophical dialogue with him. He combined genuine affection and loyalty with relentless questioning of their beliefs and assumptions. His care for their development motivated his willingness to risk their displeasure by exposing their ignorance and challenging their comfortable certainties. He understood that true friendship sometimes requires causing short-term discomfort to promote long-term growth and understanding. The Socratic model also emphasizes equality and reciprocity in friendship, despite differences in knowledge, experience, or social status. While Socrates clearly possessed superior philosophical wisdom compared to many of his associates, he approached conversations as collaborative inquiries, where everyone could contribute insights and everyone could learn something new. He recognized that wisdom can emerge from unexpected sources, and that even apparent experts have limitations and blind spots that others might help them recognize. This humble approach prevented his friendships from becoming hierarchical relationships where one person always teaches and others always learn. Socratic friendship also involves shared commitment to moral excellence that transcends personal preferences or individual interests. True friends want what is genuinely good for each other, rather than simply supporting whatever their friends happen to want. This means sometimes discouraging destructive desires or harmful plans, while encouraging choices that promote character development and authentic fulfillment. Such friendship requires wisdom to distinguish between what people want and what they truly need for their flourishing. This principle can create tension when friends have different opinions about important life decisions, or when caring for someone requires opposing their stated preferences. Socratic friendship suggests that genuine care sometimes requires intervention rather than uncritical support, but it also demands careful judgment about when such intervention is appropriate and how it can be offered constructively. The goal is always to promote the friend's autonomous development rather than to impose one's own vision of what their life should become. The Socratic approach to friendship extends beyond personal relationships to influence how we think about teaching, parenting, and leadership roles that involve responsibility for others' development. Teachers who embrace Socratic principles focus on helping students develop their own capacity for reasoning rather than simply transmitting information or enforcing compliance. Parents committed to this model encourage their children's independence and critical thinking, while providing guidance about values and decision-making. Leaders in various contexts can apply Socratic friendship principles by creating environments where people feel safe to question, experiment, and grow, rather than merely following instructions or meeting expectations. Socrates also understood that friendship requires practical wisdom about human psychology and social dynamics. People have different learning styles, emotional needs, and defensive patterns that affect how they respond to questioning and feedback. Effective friendship adapts its approach to the particular characteristics and circumstances of each relationship while maintaining commitment to truth and mutual growth. This requires patience, empathy, and skill in communication that goes beyond intellectual understanding of philosophical principles. The social dimension of Socratic friendship reveals why isolation and excessive self-reliance can hinder moral and intellectual development. We all have blind spots and limitations that prevent us from seeing ourselves clearly or recognizing our own errors and prejudices. Friends who know us well and care about our growth can provide external perspectives that help us identify patterns we cannot see from inside our own experience. They can challenge assumptions we take for granted and encourage experiments with new approaches that we might never consider on our own. This collaborative aspect of moral development helps explain why Socrates conducted philosophy through dialogue rather than solitary reflection. Truth emerges more readily through conversation between people committed to honest inquiry than through individual meditation, however careful and systematic. Different people bring different experiences, insights, and questions that can illuminate aspects of problems that no single perspective could reveal. The process of articulating ideas to others and responding to their questions forces greater precision and clarity than private thinking typically achieves. Contemporary applications of Socratic friendship principles can be found in various forms of peer learning, mentoring relationships, and support groups that emphasize mutual growth rather than mere emotional comfort. Professional development partnerships, study groups, and mastermind associations often work best when they combine personal support with intellectual challenge in ways that reflect Socratic insights about friendship. Therapeutic relationships and coaching partnerships can benefit from understanding how to balance acceptance with constructive confrontation of limiting beliefs and self-destructive patterns. Understanding Socratic friendship also provides guidance for evaluating and improving existing relationships. It suggests examining whether your friendships encourage your growth toward wisdom and virtue or enable patterns of behavior that limit your development. It raises questions about whether you are contributing to your friends' flourishing or merely enjoying their company without helping them become their best selves. It challenges the common assumption that good friendship means agreeing with and supporting whatever friends want, rather than caring enough to offer honest perspectives about their choices and character. The Socratic model ultimately views friendship as one of the highest forms of human relationship because it combines love with wisdom in service of mutual excellence. Such friendships create communities of inquiry and support that make individual moral development both more achievable and more meaningful. They demonstrate how personal relationships can serve larger purposes of promoting truth and virtue while providing the intimate connection and mutual care that make life fulfilling. They offer hope that human beings can transcend the selfishness and superficiality that characterize many relationships to create bonds based on shared commitment to the highest human possibilities. Part 13. Pleasure, Pain, and the Good Life. Socrates developed a sophisticated analysis of the role that pleasure and pain should play in human life, rejecting both the pursuit of maximum pleasure and the avoidance of all physical enjoyment as adequate guides to flourishing. His approach to these fundamental human experiences reveals important insights about the relationship between immediate satisfaction and long-term happiness, the difference between higher and lower pleasures, and the proper place of physical and emotional experiences within a life devoted to virtue and wisdom. Understanding Socratic principles about pleasure and pain provides practical guidance for making decisions about everything, from career choices to lifestyle habits to moral dilemmas where different values seem to conflict. The conventional approach to pleasure treats it as an obvious good that rational people will naturally seek to maximize while minimizing pain and discomfort. This hedonistic framework suggests that the best life involves accumulating as many pleasant experiences as possible while avoiding whatever causes suffering or difficulty. From this perspective, moral rules and social obligations are valuable only insofar as they contribute to overall pleasure and should be abandoned when they interfere with personal happiness. Success means achieving a lifestyle that provides consistent comfort, entertainment, and gratification with minimal effort or sacrifice. Socrates challenged this framework by examining what pleasure actually involves, and whether pursuing it leads to the satisfaction people expect. He observed that many pleasures are temporary and followed by pain, creating cycles of craving and dissatisfaction rather than stable happiness. Someone who organizes their life around physical pleasures often finds that their capacity for enjoyment diminishes over time, requiring ever more intense stimulation to achieve the same level of satisfaction. The pursuit of pleasure can become compulsive and self-defeating, creating dependency on external sources of gratification that may not always be available. More fundamentally, Socrates argued that treating pleasure as the highest good reflects confusion about human nature and what actually contributes to flourishing. While humans are certainly capable of physical enjoyment, our distinctive capacity for reason, moral choice, and meaningful relationships suggests that our deepest satisfaction comes from exercising these higher functions rather than merely gratifying bodily desires. Someone who focuses primarily on pleasure may neglect the development of wisdom, virtue, and authentic relationships that provide more lasting and significant forms of happiness. But Socrates did not advocate for asceticism or rejection of all physical pleasure, as some philosophical traditions have done. He recognized that humans have bodily needs that require satisfaction and that appropriate enjoyment of physical pleasures can contribute to overall well-being when properly balanced with higher pursuits. The key is to treat pleasures as means to support virtuous activity rather than as ends in themselves, and to ensure that the pursuit of enjoyment does not interfere with the development of character and wisdom. This balanced approach requires practical wisdom to distinguish between pleasures that enhance human flourishing and those that diminish it. Pleasures that support health, strengthen relationships, and provide rest and restoration for continued virtuous activity deserve a place in the good life. But pleasures that create dependency, interfere with rational judgment, or distract from important responsibilities may be harmful despite their immediate appeal. The criterion is not whether something feels good, but whether it contributes to the kind of life that expresses human excellence and provides lasting satisfaction. Socrates' analysis of pain follows similar principles, treating it neither as an absolute evil to be avoided at all costs, nor as inherently valuable for character development. Some pain reflects genuine threats to well-being that deserve serious attention and appropriate response. Physical injury, illness, and emotional distress often signal problems that require investigation and remedy rather than simple endurance or avoidance. But other forms of discomfort may be natural consequences of pursuing virtue and wisdom that should be accepted rather than eliminated. The discomfort involved in examining one's beliefs, acknowledging error, and changing established habits represents productive pain that promotes growth and development. Someone committed to virtue will naturally experience tension when their desires conflict with their principles, frustration when facing difficult moral choices, and sadness when confronting the gap between their ideals and their achievements. This psychological discomfort is not a sign that something is wrong, but evidence that the person is taking moral development seriously and making progress toward greater wisdom and integrity. Similarly, the social difficulties that sometimes accompany commitment to truth and justice should be accepted as necessary costs of living authentically rather than reasons to abandon virtue. Someone who speaks honestly about important issues may face criticism or rejection from people who prefer comfortable illusions. A person who acts according to principle rather than expediency may experience career setbacks or social isolation. But Socrates argued that these external hardships are preferable to the internal corruption that results from compromising one's integrity for social acceptance or material advantage. This framework helps explain Socrates' famous claim that virtue is sufficient for happiness, and that external goods like wealth, reputation, and physical comfort are indifferent to genuine well-being. He did not mean that these external conditions make no difference to human experience, but rather that someone who possesses virtue can maintain their essential happiness regardless of external circumstances. Their satisfaction comes primarily from the internal goods of wisdom, justice, courage, and authentic relationships that cannot be taken away by external forces. While external hardships may cause genuine suffering, they do not undermine the fundamental sources of meaning and satisfaction that make life worthwhile. The practical implications of Socratic principles about pleasure and pain extend throughout everyday decision-making about lifestyle, career, relationships, and moral choices. When considering whether to pursue particular opportunities or experiences, the primary question becomes not whether they will be pleasant or painful, but whether they will contribute to character development and authentic flourishing. Someone applying these principles might choose challenging work that promotes growth over comfortable positions that provide security but little opportunity for excellence. They might accept social criticism for maintaining unpopular principles rather than compromising their values for easier relationships. This approach also influences how we respond to unavoidable sufferings and setbacks that are part of every human life. Instead of treating pain as meaningless evil to be eliminated by any means necessary, Socratic wisdom suggests examining what difficult experiences might teach us about ourselves, our priorities, and our capacity for resilience. Illness, loss, failure, and disappointment can become opportunities for developing patience, courage, compassion, and perspective, rather than simply obstacles to happiness. The goal is not to seek out suffering, but to respond wisely when it occurs unavoidably. Modern psychological research has provided substantial support for many Socratic insights about the relationship between pleasure-seeking and genuine well-being. Studies consistently show that people who organize their lives around hedonistic pleasure report lower levels of life satisfaction over time compared to those who pursue meaning, relationships, and personal growth. Research on addiction and compulsive behavior demonstrates how the pursuit of immediate gratification can create patterns that undermine long-term happiness. Investigation of resilience reveals that people who can find meaning in adversity often experience better mental health than those who focus primarily on avoiding discomfort. Understanding Socratic principles about pleasure and pain also provides resources for addressing contemporary debates about lifestyle choices, consumer culture, and the role of government in promoting citizen well-being. It suggests that policies focused primarily on increasing material comfort and entertainment options may not actually enhance human flourishing if they neglect character development and meaningful social participation. It raises questions about whether cultures that emphasize consumption and immediate gratification are creating conditions conducive to genuine happiness or merely sophisticated forms of dissatisfaction. The ultimate Socratic insight about pleasure and pain may be that both are secondary to the fundamental human need for meaning, virtue, and authentic relationships. While pleasant experiences and comfortable conditions can enhance life when properly balanced with higher pursuits, they cannot substitute for the satisfaction that comes from developing one's potential and contributing to human flourishing. Similarly, while pain and difficulty are genuinely challenging and should not be minimized, they need not undermine the essential sources of meaning and purpose that make life worth living. The key is maintaining proper priorities, so that both pleasure and pain serve the larger goal of human excellence rather than becoming ends in themselves that distract from what matters most. Part 14. The Form of Good and Ultimate Reality. Socrates introduced one of the most profound and influential concepts in Western philosophy through his teaching about the form of good as the ultimate source of truth, beauty, and moral value in the universe. This theory represents his most ambitious attempt to explain the relationship between human knowledge and objective reality, between individual moral insights and universal principles of justice, and between the world of everyday experience and the eternal truths that make rational understanding possible. Understanding the Socratic conception of the good provides the metaphysical foundation for his entire philosophical system, while addressing fundamental questions about the nature of existence and our place within it. The theory of forms emerged from Socrates' investigation of what makes true knowledge possible, and how humans can distinguish between genuine understanding and mere opinion. When we recognize that two different objects are both just or both beautiful or both courageous, we seem to be comparing them to some standard of justice, beauty, or courage that exists independently of particular examples. This universal standard cannot be identical with any specific instance because particular things only approximate perfection, while the standard itself must be perfectly and eternally what it is. The form of justice is what makes it possible to evaluate whether particular actions are just as the form of beauty enables us to recognize beautiful objects despite their differences from each other. But Socrates argued that all other forms depend on the form of good for their reality and intelligibility. We can understand what makes something truly just, courageous, or beautiful only by understanding how these qualities contribute to overall goodness and human flourishing. Justice is valuable because it promotes the good of individuals and communities. Courage matters because it enables people to pursue worthy goals despite obstacles, and beauty attracts us because it reflects the harmony and order that characterize genuine excellence. The good is the ultimate source of value that gives meaning and purpose to all other forms and makes rational choice between different options possible. This conception of the good as the ultimate reality helps explain why Socrates believed that knowledge and virtue are fundamentally connected. Someone who truly understands the good will naturally be drawn to pursue it in their actions and choices because the good represents what is most real and valuable in existence. Moral knowledge is not arbitrary human convention, but insight into the objective structure of reality that determines what kinds of actions and character traits actually contribute to flourishing. Evil and vice represent ignorance or distortion of this fundamental truth, rather than equally valid alternative approaches to life. The famous analogy of the cave illustrates how the form of good relates to human knowledge and the educational process that leads to wisdom. Most people live like prisoners, chained in a dark cave, mistaking shadows on the wall for reality because they have never seen the objects that cast those shadows or the fire that illuminates them. Education involves the painful process of turning around to face the light, gradually adjusting to see objects themselves rather than their reflections, and eventually emerging from the cave to see the sun that makes all vision possible. The sun in this analogy represents the form of good as the source of all truth and knowledge, while the journey from shadow to sunlight represents the philosophical development that leads to genuine understanding. This metaphor reveals why Socratic education is so challenging and why many people resist philosophical inquiry. Moving from comfortable illusions to difficult truths requires courage and persistence, because the initial experience of questioning familiar beliefs creates confusion and disorientation. Someone who has spent years accepting conventional opinions about success, happiness and virtue may find it painful to discover that their assumptions are inadequate or false. The process of developing genuine wisdom involves temporary loss of certainty and confidence that many people find too uncomfortable to endure. But Socrates argued that this temporary discomfort is necessary to achieve the liberation and satisfaction that come with authentic understanding. Someone who has glimpsed the form of good experiences a transformation in perspective that makes previous concerns seem relatively unimportant, while opening up new possibilities for meaning and purpose. They understand their place within the larger rational order of existence and can make decisions based on objective truth rather than subjective preference or social pressure. Their actions become expressions of wisdom rather than mere responses to immediate circumstances or unconscious habits. The theory of the good also provides the foundation for Socratic political philosophy and his vision of justice in the ideal state. A society organized according to rational principles would reflect the same harmonious order that exists among the forms, with each person contributing their distinctive talents in ways that serve the common good. Laws and institutions would embody justice, courage and wisdom, rather than merely reflecting the interests of those powerful enough to impose their will on others. Education would focus on helping citizens understand their place within this rational order and develop the character necessary to fulfill their roles excellently. This ideal may seem impossibly utopian, but Socrates argued that it provides a necessary standard for evaluating existing societies and working toward improvement. Even if no human community can perfectly embody the form of good, understanding what perfect justice would look like enables us to identify the strengths and weaknesses of actual political systems. We can work to reform laws and institutions in directions that better approximate the ideal, while remaining realistic about the limitations imposed by human nature and circumstances. The form of good serves as a guide for practical reform rather than merely abstract speculation. The metaphysical implications of the theory extend to questions about the nature of existence and humanity's relationship to ultimate reality. If the forms represent eternal and perfect truths that exist independently of the physical world, this suggests that rational understanding connects us to something transcendent and permanent, rather than merely temporary arrangements of matter and energy. Human reason participates in the same logical structure that governs the universe, making genuine knowledge possible and providing objective foundations for moral and aesthetic judgments. This view offers an alternative to both materialistic reductionism and religious fundamentalism by grounding meaning and value in rational principles accessible through philosophical inquiry. Critics of the theory have raised important questions about how eternal forms relate to the changing world of everyday experience, and whether postulating perfect abstractions actually explains anything about particular objects and events. If the form of justice is perfectly just while human actions only approximate justice imperfectly, how does knowledge of the form help us make specific moral decisions in complex situations? How can changeless eternal truths explain or guide choices in a world characterized by constant flux and unique historical circumstances? These challenges have motivated centuries of philosophical development that attempts to preserve Socratic insights while addressing their apparent limitations. Modern applications of Socratic thinking about ultimate reality can be found in various fields that assume the existence of objective truths discoverable through rational inquiry. Scientific research proceeds on the assumption that mathematical and logical principles provide reliable tools for understanding natural phenomena because they reflect the rational structure of reality itself. Legal systems attempt to embody principles of justice that transcend particular cultural preferences or historical circumstances. Artistic and literary criticism assumes that some works genuinely possess greater beauty or significance than others based on objective rather than merely subjective criteria. Understanding the Socratic conception of the form of good also provides resources for addressing contemporary debates about moral relativism, the relationship between science and values, and the possibility of objective knowledge in a pluralistic world. It suggests that disagreement about moral and aesthetic questions does not necessarily prove that no correct answers exist, but may simply reflect the difficulty of achieving genuine understanding about complex matters. The existence of cultural differences in values and practices does not eliminate the possibility that some approaches to human flourishing are objectively better than others based on their relationship to universal human needs and capacities. The ultimate significance of the theory of the good may lie in its vision of human potential and purpose within a rationally ordered cosmos. It suggests that our capacity for moral insight, aesthetic appreciation and logical reasoning connects us to the deepest truths about existence rather than being merely useful survival mechanisms or cultural constructions. The pursuit of wisdom becomes not just personally fulfilling, but a participation in the ongoing self-revelation of ultimate reality through rational inquiry and virtuous action. This provides a foundation for meaning and purpose that transcends individual mortality and cultural limitations while remaining grounded in human reason rather than arbitrary faith or emotional preference. Part 15. The Socratic Revolution in Education. Socrates fundamentally transformed the understanding of education by shifting focus from the transmission of information to the development of critical thinking and moral character. His revolutionary approach demonstrated that genuine learning cannot be imposed from outside but must emerge through internal questioning and discovery, guided by skilled teachers who understand how to awaken dormant capacities rather than simply fill empty minds with content. The Socratic educational philosophy continues to influence pedagogy, curriculum design, and institutional approaches to human development, while providing crucial insights about how people actually learn and what kinds of education promote authentic growth and wisdom. Traditional education in Socrates' time focused primarily on memorizing information, learning technical skills, and acquiring cultural knowledge that would enable students to function successfully within existing social structures. Teachers were expected to possess expert knowledge in their subjects and transfer that knowledge to students through lectures, demonstrations, and repetitive practice. Success was measured by students' ability to recall facts, perform prescribed procedures, and reproduce accepted answers to standard questions. This approach treated education as a banking process where teachers made deposits of knowledge into passive student accounts. Socrates challenged this model by demonstrating that people often think they understand concepts when they actually possess only superficial familiarity with terminology and conventional associations. His questioning of apparently educated individuals revealed that their supposed knowledge frequently consisted of unexamined assumptions, borrowed opinions, and confused generalizations rather than genuine understanding based on careful reasoning. Even people who could recite correct definitions or perform complex procedures might lack insight into the principles that made their knowledge valid, or the connections that related different pieces of information to each other. The famous demonstration with the slave boy in geometry illustrates how Socratic education works by helping people discover knowledge that already exists within them rather than simply providing external information. Through careful questioning, Socrates guides an untrained slave to work out complex mathematical relationships without being given any direct instruction about geometric principles. The boy's ability to solve problems he has never encountered before suggests that learning involves recovering understanding that the soul possesses rather than acquiring completely foreign material. This implies that everyone has the potential to develop wisdom if properly encouraged and guided through appropriate questioning. But Socratic education extends far beyond techniques for teaching academic subjects to encompass the entire process of character development and moral growth. The most important learning involves understanding fundamental questions about how to live well, what goals are worth pursuing, and what kind of person one should strive to become. These questions cannot be answered by memorizing facts or following prescribed procedures, but require ongoing reflection, experimentation, and dialogue with others who are engaged in similar inquiry. Education becomes a lifelong process of self-discovery and character development rather than a temporary period of preparation for adult responsibilities. The role of the teacher in Socratic education is fundamentally different from that of the traditional instructor, who possesses knowledge and transmits it to ignorant students. The Socratic teacher functions more like a midwife who assists in the birth of ideas that develop naturally within students, rather than imposing external concepts that must be accepted on authority. This requires understanding, not only the subject matter but also the psychological processes through which people learn and the emotional obstacles that prevent them from recognizing their own ignorance or accepting difficult truths. The teacher must be skilled in asking questions that promote genuine thinking rather than simply eliciting correct answers. This educational approach requires patience and humility from teachers who must resist the temptation to provide easy answers when students struggle with difficult questions. Socratic education often involves allowing students to make mistakes and discover their errors through their own experience, rather than preventing all confusion through careful explanation. Teachers must be comfortable with uncertainty and ambiguity because many important questions do not have simple answers that can be stated definitively. The goal is to develop students' capacity for independent thinking rather than their ability to reproduce teacher knowledge accurately. Students in Socratic education must also adopt different attitudes and expectations compared to those in traditional instructional settings. They cannot remain passive recipients of information, but must actively engage in questioning their own beliefs and examining the evidence for their opinions. They must develop tolerance for confusion and frustration because the process of genuine learning often involves temporary disorientation as familiar certainties are challenged. They must be willing to acknowledge ignorance and error rather than defending their initial positions to maintain self-esteem or social standing. The collaborative aspect of Socratic education emphasizes learning through dialogue and community inquiry rather than individual study or competitive achievement. Students learn as much from engaging with each other's questions and insights as they do from direct interaction with teachers. Different people bring different perspectives and experiences that can illuminate aspects of problems that no single viewpoint could reveal. The classroom becomes a community of inquiry where everyone contributes to collective understanding rather than a hierarchy where knowledge flows only from teacher to student. This approach has profound implications for assessment and evaluation because traditional testing methods cannot adequately measure the kinds of learning that Socratic education promotes. Multiple-choice questions and standardized exams may test students' ability to recognize correct information, but cannot evaluate their capacity for independent reasoning or moral judgment. More appropriate assessment methods might include portfolios of reflective writing, oral examinations that require defending positions through dialogue, and projects that demonstrate ability to apply principles to novel situations. The emphasis shifts from measuring knowledge accumulation to evaluating growth in wisdom and character over time. Socratic educational principles also influence curriculum design by suggesting that subjects should be organized around fundamental questions rather than merely technical content or disciplinary boundaries. Instead of teaching history as a series of facts and dates, educators might focus on questions about what causes social change, how individuals can influence historical events, and what lessons past experiences provide for contemporary challenges. Science education might emphasize the process of inquiry and the philosophical assumptions underlying scientific methods, rather than simply covering required topics in biology, chemistry, and physics. Literature and arts could be approached through questions about human nature, moral dilemmas, and the relationship between creativity and understanding. The institutional implications of Socratic education challenge many assumptions about school organization, teacher training, and educational policy. If genuine learning requires extended dialogue and individual attention, then large class sizes and standardized curricula may be counterproductive regardless of their economic efficiency. Teacher preparation programs should focus as much on developing questioning skills and understanding of learning psychology as on mastery of subject matter content. Educational policies should evaluate success by long-term indicators of character development and critical thinking ability rather than short-term measures of information retention or test performance. Modern applications of Socratic educational principles can be found in various pedagogical approaches that emphasize active learning, critical thinking, and student-centered instruction. Problem-based learning in medical and business education reflects Socratic insights about the importance of learning through inquiry rather than passive absorption of information. Seminar-style discussions in liberal arts colleges attempt to create the kind of collaborative dialogue that promotes genuine understanding. Mentoring programs and tutorials provide opportunities for the individualized attention that Socratic education requires. Understanding Socratic educational philosophy also provides resources for addressing contemporary debates about educational reform, standardized testing, and the purposes of schooling in democratic societies. It suggests that education should focus primarily on developing citizens capable of independent thinking and moral judgment, rather than merely preparing workers for economic productivity. It emphasizes the importance of character development and ethical reasoning as essential components of complete education, rather than optional additions to academic content. It implies that effective education requires substantial investment in teacher development and small-scale learning environments rather than technological solutions or administrative efficiency measures. The ultimate goal of Socratic education is not merely to produce knowledgeable individuals, but to promote human flourishing through the development of wisdom and virtue. This requires helping students understand their own potential and purpose while developing the intellectual and moral capacities necessary to fulfill their highest possibilities. Such education serves both individual and social welfare because people who have learned to think clearly and act ethically naturally contribute to the common good, while pursuing their own authentic interests. The Socratic vision of education thus represents not just a pedagogical technique, but a comprehensive approach to human development that addresses the deepest questions about what makes life worth living and how societies can promote genuine progress toward justice and wisdom. Part 16. The Trial of Socrates, Philosophy versus Democracy. The trial and execution of Socrates in 399 BCE represents one of the most significant confrontations between philosophical inquiry and political authority in human history. The charges against him of corrupting the youth and introducing new gods masked deeper tensions between his commitment to rational examination of all beliefs and Athens' need for social cohesion during a period of political crisis and military defeat. Understanding this conflict reveals fundamental questions about the relationship between individual intellectual freedom and collective democratic decision-making that remain relevant for contemporary societies struggling to balance diverse viewpoints with shared civic commitments. The immediate context of Socrates' trial involved Athens' recovery from devastating military defeat in the Peloponnesian War and the traumatic experience of rule by the 30 tyrants who had temporarily overthrown democratic government. Many Athenians associated intellectual sophistication and questioning of traditional values with the political and moral corruption that they believed had led to their city's downfall. Socrates' known associations with figures like Alcibiades and Critias, who had betrayed democratic Athens in different ways, made him a convenient scapegoat for broader social anxieties about the effects of philosophical education on civic loyalty and moral character. But the specific charges against Socrates were carefully chosen to exploit Athenian religious and social sensitivities while avoiding direct political accusations that might have generated sympathy for him as a victim of persecution. The claim that he corrupted the youth resonated with parents' concerns about their children's apparent disrespect for traditional authorities and values after engaging with sophisticated philosophical questioning. The accusation of introducing new gods played on fears that religious innovation might anger the traditional deities and bring divine punishment on the entire community. These charges allowed prosecutors to present Socrates as a threat to social stability without having to defend specific political positions or policies. Socrates' response to these charges in his trial speech reveals both his philosophical principles and his understanding of the fundamental tensions between his mission and democratic politics. Rather than simply denying the accusations or appealing for mercy, he used the courtroom as an opportunity to explain and defend his entire way of life. He argued that his questioning of conventional beliefs and authorities served Athens by promoting virtue and preventing the kind of moral corruption that leads to political decline. He claimed that his divine mission to examine life and encourage others to do the same benefited the city more than the services of athletes, politicians, or other conventionally honoured figures. This defence strategy demonstrated remarkable consistency with Socratic principles, but showed little understanding of political psychology or jury persuasion. His claim to be performing a divine service could easily be interpreted as arrogant presumption rather than humble devotion to truth. His questioning of whether his accusers understood basic concepts like justice and piety probably alienated jurors rather than demonstrating the value of philosophical inquiry. His suggestion that he deserved reward rather than punishment for his philosophical activities seemed to confirm charges of corrupting influence on young people who might adopt similar attitudes of superiority toward conventional authorities. The trial also revealed fundamental tensions between the demands of philosophical inquiry and the requirements of democratic citizenship. Socratic questioning assumes that all beliefs and authorities should be subject to rational examination and that truth matters more than social harmony or political expediency. But democratic governance requires citizens to accept majority decisions even when they disagree with them, and to maintain loyalty to shared institutions even when those institutions are imperfect. Someone committed to following rational argument wherever it leads may find it difficult to participate in political processes that depend on compromise, coalition building, and acceptance of less than ideal solutions. Socrates' refusal to propose exile as an alternative punishment illustrates how his philosophical commitments made political accommodation impossible. From a practical perspective, accepting exile would have allowed him to continue his philosophical activities elsewhere while avoiding martyrdom that might inspire his followers to adopt similarly uncompromising attitudes. But Socrates argued that abandoning Athens would contradict his divine mission and his obligation to serve the city that had shaped his character and provided opportunities for his intellectual development. His choice to die rather than compromise demonstrated ultimate consistency between his teachings about virtue and his personal actions. The philosophical significance of the trial extends beyond its immediate political context to raise eternal questions about the relationship between individual conscience and collective authority. When philosophical reflection leads to conclusions that conflict with democratic decisions or social consensus, which authority should take precedence? How can societies benefit from the insights that critical thinking provides while maintaining the social cohesion necessary for effective governance? What obligations do philosophers have to present their ideas in ways that serve rather than threaten the communities that support their intellectual activities? Socrates' trial also illuminates the democratic paradox of tolerating ideas and individuals that challenge democratic values or institutions. A truly democratic society should protect intellectual freedom and minority viewpoints even when they criticize majority beliefs or democratic procedures themselves. But unlimited tolerance of anti-democratic ideas might eventually undermine the very democratic institutions that make such tolerance possible. The challenge is distinguishing between legitimate intellectual criticism that strengthens democracy through improved understanding and subversive activities that weaken democratic governance without providing constructive alternatives. The trial's outcome suggests that ancient Athens failed to achieve an adequate balance between these competing values, but it also reveals why such balance is so difficult to maintain in practice. Socrates' commitment to questioning all authorities, including democratic ones, made him appear dangerous during a period when Athens needed unity and confidence to recover from recent defeats. His intellectual approach seemed to undermine the kind of unreflective patriotism and religious devotion that many citizens believed necessary for social solidarity. Yet his execution eliminated exactly the kind of independent, critical voice that might have helped Athens avoid future mistakes through better understanding of political and moral principles. Modern democratic societies continue to struggle with similar tensions between intellectual freedom and social cohesion, particularly during periods of crisis when unity seems necessary for survival. Wartime restrictions on speech and assembly often reflect genuine concerns about national security, but may also eliminate valuable criticism of government policies that could prevent costly errors. Educational debates about curriculum content and teaching methods sometimes involve conflicts between promoting critical thinking and maintaining shared cultural values. Academic freedom controversies reveal ongoing disagreement about whether universities should encourage all viewpoints or exclude those that threaten democratic values and social justice. The example of Socrates provides both inspiration and caution for intellectuals and educators who believe their critical activities serve important social purposes. His willingness to die for his principles demonstrates the kind of courage that genuine commitment to truth and virtue may require in extreme circumstances. His consistent devotion to rational inquiry and moral education offers a model for how intellectuals can serve their communities through activities that transcend immediate political concerns. But his apparent inability to communicate effectively with ordinary citizens and his lack of practical political wisdom suggest that philosophical insight alone may be insufficient for successful social reform. Understanding the trial of Socrates thus provides valuable lessons about the conditions necessary for productive dialogue between philosophical inquiry and democratic governance. It suggests that philosophers have obligations to present their ideas in ways that respect the legitimate concerns and values of their fellow citizens, rather than simply asserting intellectual superiority. It implies that democratic institutions should protect and encourage critical examination of their own principles and practices, rather than viewing such examination as inherently threatening. Most importantly, it demonstrates that the tension between individual conscience and collective decision-making cannot be resolved through simple formulas, but requires ongoing dialogue and mutual accommodation based on shared commitment to both truth and justice. Part 17. Socratic Irony and the Art of Intellectual Humility. Socrates developed a sophisticated rhetorical technique known as irony that allowed him to expose ignorance and promote learning while maintaining respectful relationships with people whose beliefs he challenged. This method of feigning ignorance while guiding others toward recognition of their own limitations demonstrates profound psychological wisdom about how people respond to criticism, and how genuine education can occur without causing unnecessary offense or defensive reactions. Understanding Socratic irony reveals important insights about communication, persuasion, and the delicate art of helping others discover difficult truths about themselves and their assumptions. The essence of Socratic irony lies in the contrast between Socrates' genuine wisdom about the extent of human ignorance and his public profession of knowing nothing about important matters. When encountering people who claimed expertise in areas like politics, poetry, or religious knowledge, Socrates would present himself as an eager student seeking to learn from their superior understanding. He would ask apparently innocent questions designed to help him grasp their teachings, while actually revealing the contradictions and gaps in their supposed knowledge. This approach allowed him to demonstrate the inadequacy of conventional wisdom without directly attacking or humiliating those who held mistaken beliefs. The psychological effectiveness of this technique stems from its ability to bypass the natural defensive reactions that people experience when their cherished beliefs are challenged directly. Someone who is told that their religious views are superstitious or their political opinions are naive will naturally respond with hostility and rejection rather than careful consideration of the criticism. But someone who is asked to explain their beliefs to an apparently respectful and curious questioner may be willing to examine those beliefs more carefully than they would under direct attack. The ironic approach creates a collaborative atmosphere where both parties appear to be searching for truth together rather than engaging in competitive debate. Socratic irony also serves the important function of maintaining the questioner's credibility and moral authority while exposing error and ignorance. Someone who claims superior knowledge and then demonstrates other people's ignorance may appear arrogant and self-serving rather than genuinely concerned with promoting understanding. But someone who admits their own ignorance while helping others recognize theirs creates an atmosphere of shared humility that makes learning more likely. The ironic stance prevents philosophical inquiry from becoming a power struggle where people defend their positions to maintain self-esteem rather than examining them to discover truth. The technique requires considerable skill and sensitivity because it walks a fine line between genuine intellectual humility and manipulative deception. Socrates' irony was based on authentic recognition of the limits of human knowledge and genuine respect for the people he questioned, even when he disagreed with their conclusions. He was not pretending ignorance to trap victims or score intellectual points, but using his superior understanding of ignorance to create conditions where others could achieve similar self-knowledge. The goal was always education rather than embarrassment, insight rather than victory. But the ironic method also reveals sophisticated understanding of the relationship between knowledge and teaching that challenges conventional approaches to education and expertise. Most teachers assume that effective instruction requires demonstrating superior knowledge and providing correct answers to students' questions. Socratic irony suggests that better learning often occurs when teachers help students discover the inadequacy of their current understanding rather than simply replacing it with better information. The most important knowledge may be recognition of ignorance that opens the mind to continued inquiry, rather than accumulation of facts that close off further questioning. This approach has profound implications for how experts and authorities should communicate with people who lack their specialized knowledge. The temptation for knowledgeable individuals is often to lecture or correct others based on their superior understanding, but this direct approach frequently produces resistance rather than learning. Socratic irony suggests that experts might be more effective by asking questions that help others discover problems with their current beliefs, rather than simply asserting better alternatives. This requires patience and skill because it means allowing people to learn at their own pace through their own discoveries rather than efficiently transferring information. The technique also illuminates important aspects of intellectual virtue and the proper attitude toward one's own knowledge and expertise. Someone who truly understands a complex subject should recognize how much remains unknown and how many questions have not been fully answered. This recognition naturally produces humility about the limits of current knowledge and openness to alternative perspectives that might reveal new insights or correct existing errors. Genuine expertise includes understanding of ignorance rather than simply accumulation of information or technical skill. Modern applications of Socratic irony can be found in various professional contexts where people need to help others examine their assumptions without creating defensiveness or conflict. Therapists often use questioning techniques that help clients discover their own insights rather than providing direct interpretation of their problems. Consultants may be more effective when they guide organizations to recognize their own difficulties rather than imposing external solutions based on superior expertise. Parents and teachers can use ironic questioning to help children think through the consequences of their choices, rather than simply commanding obedience or providing moral lectures. The technique is particularly valuable in situations involving ideological disagreement or cultural conflict, where direct confrontation is likely to produce polarization rather than understanding. Someone who disagrees with another person's political views might make more progress by asking careful questions about the evidence and reasoning behind those views, rather than arguing for alternative positions. This approach shows respect for the other person's intelligence while creating opportunities for them to recognize weaknesses in their own arguments. It transforms potential conflict into collaborative inquiry that might benefit both parties regardless of who changes their mind. But Socratic irony also has potential dangers and limitations that require careful consideration. The technique can easily become manipulative if used primarily to serve the questioner's agenda rather than genuinely promoting mutual understanding and learning. It may appear condescending or dishonest to people who recognize the questioner's superior knowledge and feel that their ignorance is being exploited for entertainment or educational purposes. Some situations may require direct communication about important facts or urgent moral issues rather than indirect approaches that allow for gradual discovery. The effectiveness of ironic questioning also depends heavily on the relationship between the people involved and the context in which it occurs. Socrates could employ irony successfully because his genuine care for others' well-being was evident and because his conversations took place in informal settings where people had volunteered to participate. The same techniques might be less effective in hierarchical relationships or formal contexts where power dynamics interfere with the collaborative atmosphere that irony requires. Cultural differences in communication styles and attitudes toward authority may also affect how ironic approaches are received and interpreted. Understanding Socratic irony ultimately reveals the profound connection between intellectual humility and effective teaching or communication. Someone who recognizes the limits of their own knowledge and genuinely respects others' capacity for learning naturally adopts approaches that promote mutual discovery rather than one-sided instruction. They understand that lasting change in beliefs and attitudes must come from within rather than being imposed from outside, however superior the external perspective might be. The ironic stance embodies this understanding by creating conditions where others can experience their own need for better knowledge rather than being told about their ignorance by someone who claims to know better. Part 18. Legacy in Ancient Philosophy from Plato to the Stoics. The intellectual influence of Socrates on subsequent philosophical development cannot be overstated, as virtually every major school of ancient philosophy defined itself in relationship to his methods, insights, and example. His students and followers developed his ideas in different directions, while his opponents and critics formulated alternative approaches that nevertheless addressed problems he had identified as central to philosophical inquiry. Understanding how later thinkers interpreted and extended Socratic philosophy reveals both the enduring power of his insights and the creative diversity that emerged from engagement with his revolutionary approach to wisdom and virtue. Plato, Socrates' most famous student, devoted his entire philosophical career to developing and systematizing the insights he had gained through participation in Socratic conversations. His early dialogues present Socrates as a questioner who exposes ignorance without providing positive doctrine, faithfully representing the historical figure's approach to philosophical inquiry. But Plato's later works attribute to Socrates elaborate metaphysical theories about the nature of reality, knowledge, and the good that go far beyond anything the historical Socrates explicitly taught. This development illustrates how creative disciples can honor their teachers by extending their insights in new directions while remaining faithful to underlying principles and methods. The academy that Plato founded to continue Socratic education became the model for institutional philosophical education throughout the ancient world. Its emphasis on dialogue, mathematical reasoning, and moral development reflected Socratic insights about learning as collaborative inquiry rather than passive reception of information. The inscription over its entrance declaring that no one ignorant of geometry should enter demonstrated commitment to rigorous intellectual standards while maintaining the Socratic connection between mathematical and moral knowledge. Students at the academy learned to practice philosophical questioning as a way of life rather than merely an academic exercise. Aristotle, though critical of many Platonic doctrines, acknowledged his fundamental debt to the Socratic tradition while developing systematic approaches to logic, ethics, and political theory that built on Socratic foundations. His emphasis on practical wisdom and character development reflected Socratic insights about the connection between knowledge and virtue, though he rejected the claim that virtue consists entirely in knowledge. His systematic approach to ethical reasoning and his analysis of different types of friendship showed how Socratic insights could be developed through careful observation and logical analysis rather than only through dialectical questioning. The educational curriculum he developed combined theoretical study with practical training in ways that honored both intellectual excellence and moral character. The Stoic philosophers, beginning with Zeno of Citium, drew heavily on Socratic teachings about virtue, the care of the soul, and the proper attitude towards external goods. Their central doctrine that virtue is the only true good and that external circumstances cannot affect the happiness of the wise person represents a radical development of Socratic insights about the primacy of character over fortune. Their practices of self-examination, rational reflection, and acceptance of what cannot be changed directly reflect Socratic approaches to moral development and the philosophical life. The Stoic emphasis on living according to nature can be understood as an attempt to systematize Socratic insights about virtue and human flourishing within a comprehensive cosmological framework. But the Stoics also transformed Socratic teachings in significant ways that reflected their own historical circumstances and philosophical priorities. where Socrates emphasized questioning and dialogue as essential to philosophical inquiry. Many Stoics developed systematic doctrines that could be learned and applied without extensive questioning or discussion. Their focus on individual self-sufficiency and emotional control sometimes lacked the social dimension of Socratic ethics that emphasized friendship and community involvement. Their confidence in rational principles and natural law contrasted with Socratic intellectual humility about the limits of human knowledge. The Cynics, represented by figures like Antisthenes and Diogenes, claimed to follow Socratic teachings about the unimportance of external goods and the primacy of virtue over conventional social values. Their radical rejection of material possessions, social status and cultural refinement reflected an extreme interpretation of Socratic insights about what is truly valuable in human life. Their practice of challenging social conventions through provocative behavior and speech echoed Socratic criticism of unreflective traditional beliefs, though often without his subtle irony and respect for persons. The Cynic emphasis on living according to nature rather than social convention represented one possible development of Socratic teachings about following reason rather than popular opinion. The skeptical tradition, particularly as developed by Pyrrho and later by Sextus Empiricus, drew on Socratic declarations of ignorance to argue that suspension of judgment about all disputed questions represents the wisest response to human cognitive limitations. They interpreted Socratic wisdom as recognition that we cannot achieve genuine knowledge about fundamental questions, and should therefore avoid the anxiety and conflict that result from holding strong opinions about uncertain matters. Their systematic criticism of dogmatic philosophical systems reflected Socratic insights about the tendency of supposed experts to claim knowledge they do not actually possess. But their conclusion that we should avoid all theoretical commitments went beyond Socratic practice, which maintained strong commitments to moral principles despite acknowledging ignorance about many metaphysical questions. Even philosophers who disagreed with Socratic teachings often defined their positions in relationship to his ideas and methods. Epicurus criticized Socratic intellectualism and developed a philosophy focused on pleasure and friendship that nevertheless addressed many of the same questions about how to live well that Socrates had identified as central to philosophical inquiry. The Epicurean emphasis on careful reasoning about what contributes to genuine happiness reflected Socratic insights about the importance of examining one's assumptions about the good life. Their communities of philosophical friendship created social environments for moral development that paralleled Socratic approaches to education through dialogue and mutual support. The influence of Socratic methods on ancient philosophical education extended far beyond any single school or doctrine. Philosophers of different traditions adopted questioning techniques, emphasized the importance of self-knowledge, and treated philosophy as a way of life rather than merely an intellectual exercise. The practice of philosophical dialogue became a standard method for exploring difficult questions and testing different positions against reasoned criticism. The Socratic example of choosing death rather than abandoning philosophical principles provided a model of intellectual integrity that influenced how philosophers understood their responsibilities and commitments. The transmission of Socratic ideas through different philosophical schools also illustrates how fundamental insights can remain vital, while being interpreted and developed in diverse ways. Each tradition emphasized different aspects of Socratic teaching while adding elements that reflected their own theoretical interests and practical concerns. This diversity suggests that Socratic philosophy contains resources for addressing a wide range of human needs and circumstances, rather than providing a single orthodox approach to wisdom and virtue. The continuing vitality of different interpretations demonstrates the depth and complexity of Socratic insights that continue to generate new understanding through creative engagement. Understanding how ancient philosophers developed Socratic ideas also reveals the ongoing relevance of his central insights for contemporary philosophical work. The questions he identified about the relationship between knowledge and virtue, the nature of justice and the good life, and the proper methods for philosophical inquiry remain central to current debates in ethics, political philosophy, and epistemology. His approaches to education through questioning and dialogue continue to influence pedagogical theory and practice across many disciplines. His example of philosophical courage and integrity provides inspiration for intellectuals who face pressure to compromise their principles for social acceptance or professional advancement. The diversity of ancient interpretations of Socratic philosophy also cautions against assuming that any single contemporary approach captures the full meaning or significance of his contribution. Just as ancient philosophers found different valuable insights in his teachings, modern thinkers may discover new applications and interpretations that address current needs and concerns while remaining faithful to fundamental Socratic principles. The continuing dialogue between different philosophical traditions about Socratic inheritance suggests that his legacy remains alive and productive rather than simply historical. Each generation must discover for itself what aspects of Socratic wisdom are most relevant for their circumstances, while contributing to the ongoing development of insights that he initiated but could not fully explore within the limitations of any single lifetime. Part 19. Modern Resurrections, Socrates in Contemporary Thought. The influence of Socratic philosophy extends far beyond ancient Greek thought into virtually every aspect of modern intellectual, educational, and therapeutic practice, demonstrating the enduring relevance of his insights about human nature, learning, and moral development. Contemporary applications of Socratic methods can be found in psychotherapy, education, business consulting, legal reasoning, and scientific inquiry, while his fundamental questions about the examined life continue to challenge individuals and societies seeking authentic values and meaningful purposes. Understanding these modern applications reveals both the timeless wisdom of Socratic approaches and their adaptability to new contexts and challenges that Socrates himself could never have anticipated. Cognitive behavioral therapy, one of the most widely used and empirically supported approaches to mental health treatment, directly employs Socratic questioning techniques to help clients examine their thoughts, beliefs, and assumptions that contribute to emotional distress and behavioral problems. Therapists trained in this approach guide clients through careful questioning that reveals the connections between thoughts, feelings, and actions, while helping them discover more realistic and helpful ways of interpreting their experiences. The method assumes that many psychological problems result from distorted thinking patterns that can be corrected through patient inquiry and rational examination, rather than through direct advice or interpretation. This therapeutic application demonstrates how Socratic insights about the relationship between knowledge and well-being can be systematically applied to promote mental health and personal growth. Educational reform movements throughout the modern period have repeatedly rediscovered Socratic principles as alternatives to traditional approaches that emphasize memorization, passive learning, and authoritarian teaching methods. Progressive educators from John Dewey to contemporary advocates of critical thinking have argued that genuine learning requires active student participation in questioning and discovery rather than simple reception of predetermined content. The Socratic emphasis on developing students' capacity for independent reasoning rather than their ability to reproduce correct answers has influenced curriculum design, assessment methods, and teacher training programs across many disciplines and educational levels. Problem-based learning, seminar-style discussions and collaborative inquiry projects all reflect Socratic insights about how people actually learn and what kinds of education promote authentic understanding. Scientific methodology itself embodies Socratic principles through its emphasis on systematic questioning of hypotheses, openness to evidence that contradicts existing theories, and recognition that current knowledge is provisional and subject to revision. The scientific commitment to following evidence wherever it leads, rather than defending predetermined conclusions, reflects Socratic insights about intellectual honesty and the pursuit of truth over personal preference or authority. The practice of peer review and public debate about research findings creates the kind of collaborative inquiry that Socrates demonstrated through philosophical dialogue. Even the scientific acknowledgement of ignorance about many fundamental questions echoes Socratic wisdom about the limits of human knowledge and the importance of remaining open to new discoveries. Legal reasoning and judicial decision-making employ Socratic methods through careful examination of evidence, systematic questioning of witnesses and arguments, and the attempt to distinguish between reliable knowledge and mere opinion or prejudice. Law schools have traditionally used Socratic questioning as a primary teaching method, forcing students to defend their interpretations of legal principles and case law through rigorous dialogue with professors and peers. The adversarial system of justice assumes that truth is most likely to emerge through careful questioning and debate between opposing viewpoints rather than through acceptance of any single authority's opinion. Constitutional interpretation and judicial review reflect Socratic insights about the need to examine fundamental assumptions about justice, rights, and governmental authority, rather than simply accepting traditional practices or popular preferences. Business and organizational consulting increasingly employ Socratic approaches to help leaders and teams examine their assumptions about strategy, culture, and effectiveness while developing better approaches to complex challenges. Management consultants often find that their most valuable contribution comes not from providing expert solutions, but from asking questions that help organizations recognize problems they had not previously identified or considered. Leadership development programs emphasize skills in questioning and listening that enable managers to help their subordinates discover better approaches to their work, rather than simply directing them to follow predetermined procedures. Organizational learning initiatives reflect Socratic insights about the importance of creating environments where people feel safe to question existing practices and experiment with new approaches. Contemporary philosophy continues to grapple with fundamental Socratic questions about the nature of knowledge, virtue, justice, and the good life, while developing new methods and approaches that build on his foundational insights. Feminist philosophers have adopted Socratic questioning to examine assumptions about gender, power, and rationality that have been taken for granted in traditional philosophical systems. Environmental ethicists use Socratic methods to challenge anthropocentric assumptions about the relationship between humans and nature. Philosophers of science employ Socratic insights about the provisional nature of knowledge to understand how scientific theories develop and change over time. The digital age has created new opportunities and challenges for applying Socratic methods to contemporary learning and communication. Online discussion forums and digital platforms can facilitate the kind of collaborative inquiry that Socrates promoted, allowing people from diverse backgrounds to engage in philosophical dialogue about important questions. But the speed and anonymity of digital communication can also undermine the patience and respect that Socratic questioning requires for effectiveness. The vast amount of information available online makes Socratic wisdom about distinguishing between knowledge and mere opinion more relevant than ever, while also creating new forms of confusion and misinformation that require sophisticated critical thinking skills to navigate. Modern research in psychology and neuroscience has provided empirical support for many Socratic insights about learning, memory, and behavior change. Studies of metacognition demonstrate the importance of thinking about thinking and examining one's own mental processes for effective learning and problem-solving. Research on habit formation and behavior change shows that lasting transformation requires understanding the beliefs and assumptions that support current patterns rather than simply trying to impose new behaviors through willpower. Investigation of social influence and group dynamics reveals how questioning and dialogue can promote better decision-making compared to individual reflection or authority-based directives. Contemporary applications of Socratic philosophy also face significant challenges and limitations that require careful consideration. The time and patience required for genuine Socratic questioning may be incompatible with the efficiency demands of modern institutions and the shortened attention spans that characterize digital culture. The individualistic focus of much Socratic inquiry may need to be balanced with greater attention to social and cultural factors that shape beliefs and behavior. The intellectual approach that Socrates emphasized may be insufficient for addressing problems that require emotional healing, cultural change, or structural reform, rather than simply better understanding. Understanding modern applications of Socratic philosophy reveals both the timeless relevance of his insights and the ongoing need for creative adaptation to new contexts and challenges. Each generation must discover how Socratic principles can address their particular circumstances and concerns while remaining faithful to his fundamental commitment to truth, virtue, and human flourishing. The diversity of contemporary applications suggests that Socratic philosophy contains resources for addressing a wide range of human needs and problems, rather than providing a single orthodox approach to wisdom and virtue. The continuing vitality of Socratic influence demonstrates that his legacy remains alive and productive, rather than simply historical, offering hope that his insights will continue to inspire and guide human development in whatever new forms civilization may take. Part 20. The Eternal Questions: Why Socrates Matters Today. In our age of rapid technological change, information overload and social fragmentation, the fundamental questions that Socrates posed about human existence remain not only relevant, but urgently necessary for navigating contemporary challenges and discovering authentic meaning in modern life. His insights about the examined life, the pursuit of virtue, and the limits of human knowledge provide essential resources for individuals and societies seeking wisdom in an era when traditional authorities have lost credibility and new forms of confusion and uncertainty have emerged. Understanding why Socratic philosophy matters today requires recognizing how his eternal questions address perennial human needs, while offering practical guidance for the specific challenges that characterize our historical moment. The Socratic commitment to examining one's life has never been more important than in our current context, where external pressures and distractions constantly pull attention away from the fundamental questions about what makes existence meaningful and worthwhile. Social media, consumer culture, and the demands of economic productivity create environments that discourage reflection and encourage reactive responses to immediate stimuli rather than thoughtful consideration of long-term goals and values. The pace of contemporary life often prevents people from developing the kind of self-knowledge that enables authentic choices about career, relationships, and lifestyle, based on genuine understanding of their deepest commitments rather than social expectations or unconscious habits. Socratic questioning provides tools for cutting through the noise and confusion to focus on what truly matters for human flourishing. The explosion of available information through digital technology makes Socratic wisdom about distinguishing between knowledge and opinion more crucial than ever for responsible citizenship and personal decision-making. Anyone with internet access can find arguments and evidence for virtually any position on complex issues, but most people lack the critical thinking skills necessary to evaluate competing claims or recognize their own biases and limitations. The democratic process depends on citizens who can examine their beliefs rationally rather than simply defending whatever positions they already hold or accepting whatever information confirms their existing prejudices. Socratic methods of questioning assumptions, examining evidence, and acknowledging uncertainty provide essential skills for navigating information-rich environments responsibly. Contemporary debates about artificial intelligence, genetic engineering, climate change, and other technological developments raise fundamental questions about human nature, moral responsibility, and the good life that Socrates identified as central to philosophical inquiry. These issues cannot be resolved through technical expertise alone, but require wisdom about what kinds of changes actually serve human flourishing and what values should guide decisions about how new capabilities are developed and used. The Socratic emphasis on moral knowledge and the primacy of virtue over technical skill provides crucial perspectives for ensuring that technological progress serves human excellence rather than merely efficiency or power. His insights about the unity of knowledge and virtue suggest that technical experts need philosophical wisdom to guide their work responsibly. The contemporary crisis of meaning and purpose that affects many individuals in developed societies reflects exactly the kind of spiritual emptiness that Socrates warned against when he argued that caring for the soul matters more than accumulating external goods. Despite unprecedented material prosperity and technological capabilities, many people report feelings of depression, anxiety, and existential confusion that suggest their deepest human needs are not being met by consumer culture and career success. Socratic insights about the relationship between virtue and happiness provide alternatives to materialistic definitions of success, while offering practical approaches to developing character and finding meaning through moral and intellectual excellence. His example demonstrates that a life devoted to questioning, learning, and service can provide profound satisfaction regardless of external circumstances or social recognition. The political polarization and social fragmentation that characterize many contemporary societies reflect the kind of unreflective partisan loyalty that Socrates criticized through his commitment to following rational argument wherever it might lead, rather than defending predetermined positions. Much political discourse involves people talking past each other rather than genuinely engaging with alternative viewpoints or examining the evidence and reasoning that support different policy proposals. Socratic dialogue methods could help bridge ideological divides by creating opportunities for collaborative inquiry into shared problems rather than competitive debate between opposing camps. His emphasis on intellectual humility and acknowledgement of ignorance provides models for how people with different perspectives can work together productively despite their disagreements. Educational challenges in the digital age require exactly the kind of pedagogical innovation that Socrates pioneered through his emphasis on active learning, critical thinking, and character development rather than passive absorption of information. Traditional educational approaches that focus on memorizing content and following procedures are becoming obsolete as information becomes instantly accessible and artificial intelligence capabilities expand rapidly. The most valuable educational goals now involve developing students' capacity for reasoning, questioning and moral judgment that cannot be easily automated or replaced by technological tools. Socratic methods of teaching through questioning and dialogue provide proven approaches for promoting these essential human capabilities while maintaining the personal relationships that make education meaningful and transformative. The global challenges of environmental destruction, economic inequality and cultural conflict require the kind of collaborative wisdom and moral courage that Socratic philosophy promotes through its emphasis on seeking truth through dialogue and choosing virtue despite personal cost. These problems cannot be solved through individual action or technical fixes alone, but demand coordinated efforts by people who share commitment to justice and human flourishing across cultural and national boundaries. Socratic insights about the unity of virtue and the importance of moral education provide resources for building the kind of character and wisdom necessary for addressing challenges that transcend immediate self-interest. His example of choosing death rather than compromising his principles demonstrates the level of commitment that may be required for creating meaningful social change. The therapeutic and healing dimensions of Socratic inquiry remain vitally relevant for individuals and communities struggling with trauma, addiction, mental health challenges, and relationship problems that reflect deeper issues about meaning, purpose, and authentic living. Many contemporary problems stem from disconnection from authentic values and purposes rather than simply biochemical imbalances or external circumstances that can be fixed through medication or environmental changes. Socratic approaches to examining beliefs, clarifying values, and developing character provide complementary resources to medical and social interventions by addressing the spiritual and moral dimensions of human suffering. His insights about the care of the soul suggest that lasting healing often requires fundamental changes in how people understand themselves and their relationships, rather than simply symptom management. The continuing relevance of Socratic philosophy also lies in its capacity to inspire hope and purpose during periods of uncertainty and change by demonstrating that individual commitment to wisdom and virtue can make meaningful differences regardless of external circumstances. His life proves that philosophical inquiry and moral excellence are accessible to anyone willing to examine their beliefs and commit themselves to truth and justice rather than being reserved for academic specialists or religious authorities. The transformative power of questioning and dialogue creates possibilities for personal growth and social improvement that do not depend on political power, economic resources, or technological solutions. Every conversation becomes an opportunity for promoting understanding and virtue, making philosophical practice a form of social action available to everyone. Perhaps most importantly, Socrates matters today because he demonstrates that the fundamental human questions about how to live well, what knowledge is worth pursuing, and what values deserve commitment cannot be answered definitively, but must be explored continuously through ongoing inquiry and dialogue. Each generation faces these eternal questions in new contexts, with new challenges and opportunities that require fresh thinking, while building on the wisdom accumulated through centuries of human reflection and experience. Socratic philosophy provides not final answers, but reliable methods for engaging with ultimate questions in ways that promote both individual flourishing and collective wisdom. The legacy of Socrates ultimately lies not in any particular doctrine or technique, but in his demonstration that human life achieves its highest potential through the committed pursuit of wisdom, virtue, and truth in community with others who share similar aspirations. His questions remain our questions, his challenges remain our challenges, and his hope for human excellence remains our inheritance and responsibility. In every age, including our own, there are individuals who hear the call to examine life, question assumptions, seek truth through dialogue, and choose virtue despite personal cost. They carry forward the Socratic mission not as historical reenactment, but as living commitment to the highest possibilities of human existence. In this sense, Socrates never died, but continues to live wherever people gather to ask fundamental questions about how we should live and what kinds of persons we should strive to become. The examined life that Socrates declared worth living remains the essential task of every human being who seeks authentic existence and meaningful contribution to the ongoing human conversation about wisdom, justice, and the good. His questions are eternal because they address the permanent features of human existence that persist beneath changing historical circumstances and technological developments. His methods remain relevant because they reflect deep insights about human psychology and learning that transcend cultural differences and temporal limitations. Most importantly, his example continues to inspire because it demonstrates the extraordinary possibilities that emerge when ordinary individuals commit themselves wholeheartedly to the pursuit of truth and virtue. In this commitment, every person can participate in the philosophical life that Socrates pioneered and find their own authentic responses to the eternal questions that define human existence at its most profound and meaningful level.